Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we all. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I rule my dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes, Egyptian fits my description. Yes, I'm training hard for the mission. Yes, I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna yum a see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yum a see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will
All right, family. That's such my cut. Shout out to Brother Tavis. That's his original. He let us use it. So just such the cut. So welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I'm your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, May 26th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on part 9 of our series, The Age of Aquarius with Brother Odel. So Brother Odel is scheduled to be here tonight. So you all know that the brother is on UK time. So it's going on wee early in the morning for him. So when he gets here, he gets here. And if he's not able to make it, we keep it moving. So shout out to Brother Odel. So real quick, let's give a shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. A shout out to Sis Tanya. She was in the house early tonight. Shout out to Son Scotty. Shout out to El Sheba Sekhmet. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Good to see you. Shout out to Creekside Yella. Shout out to TK Sims. A shout out to Nephew Nuwa. I hope you get your equipment together to come on in here. Let's see who else. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Good to see you, sis. Shout out to Capricorn Rising. Shout out to Copper Color Libra. Good to see you, sis. Shout out to Kevin. I think that's it. Kevin. So, peace and love. Peace and love to you all. And shout out to the YouTube family that is listening. All right, fam. So, ciao. What had happened was, y'all remember, last week, child, we went over so much last week. So I hadn't even crossed my legs after coming off the air. A good 5 minutes, was ready to relax my nerves, to bring myself down so I can get some sleep before I get up the next morning. I get a message from YouTube. We had to put your video on private. I'm like, what the? So I go back and check, and this was the live. And they were like, you know, some of the content, something in the other. So I'm shaking my head. And I'm like, I don't see what could have been that bad. So long story short, I had to break the live up last week into 3 pieces, and I was able to upload it. I think what it was, and I had this conversation with Sis Sandra, she was talking that Rona shit, and I don't know if I was distracted, I don't know what I was doing, and that's the only thing I can think of. So if you all are looking for the live, y'all been hitting me up, although I re-uploaded it, and I said from live excerpts. The Thursday live is from last week. It has been uploaded. I split it in 3 parts. I split it based on the topic. So I think that's what happened to that live last week. But you know, it is what it is. You know, no shade to YouTube. Folks know the rules. They don't want you talking about it. This is their shit. And I honor and respect that. It is what it is. So, okay. So with that said, and Sis Sandra, she's going to be here. She had to put her computer in the shop. So, she's supposed to be dialing in with her phone. So she may be a little late. She's probably, let me see, this is probably her right now. Yeah, she said she can't get in. Okay, so she's going to try to dial in by phone. So let me see if I can get her to get in. So in the meantime, I'm going to bring on Son Scotty. Let me turn on the recording. And this is why I have to keep my recording on. Y'all see why I have to record everything?
Recording in progress.
Child, you just never know. So let me let Son Scotty on. Peace and love, son. How are you?
Peace and love, peace and love. I'm great. Glad to be in the house tonight. Already, technical difficulties, trying to keep the folks off the line.
Right.
We rebuke.
Right. I had to get rid of somebody coming in here talking about some SOVC. Look, delete. Goddamn
I
it,
was looking at
go
that.
troll
I was
some.
like,
Who
what
the
the
fuck are
fuck?
you? Delete. Bottom line, my nerves is bad. Don't start that shit tonight. Go create your own
Block.
platform. Right. Shit. I'm not the one, the two, or the three. I'm trying to think. Do you know, Son Scotty, how can you get on Zoom with your phone? Because I thought she could use the link to get it. I could have sworn that Nisi Poo just used the link before to get on.
Yeah, she should be able to use the link. Let me see. Because sometimes they do like provide like a phone number type
Yeah,
thing
yeah. But
from the time zone.
yeah, the only thing is, because you know how we be sharing the Zoom screen, so she don't want her phone number to show up. What's the trick to block out her phone number?
I think that got to do with her account settings, like how she made up the account. Like, but we can try it. Like,
Oh, I can hide profile pictures too. If I hide profile pictures, let me see.
Yeah, because I'm really not sure of the admin settings because I've never like hosted a Zoom.
Okay. I'm trying to think how I can collapse this little Zoom screen, because if I do it that way, that would I don't know. Let me just tell her. All right, sis, you just have to dial in. Oh, bear with me, fam.
Because what's happening? Is she clicking on the link and
she talking about she getting an error message on the address for Zoom to dial in. And drop off when sharing. Yeah, I don't know, child. You know, some of us, we be struggling with this technology. Oh boy.
And you know, this is the real thing across the board. And like, you know, I work in tech and stuff like that, and I work in like entertainment and stuff. And a lot of times when you in it like that, the motherfuckers don't be knowing what's going on either. They not very like it's a lot of reactionary stuff. It's like, oh, something fucked up. Now let's like figure out what the problem was instead of trying to at the beginning define what the problems could be, what the problems are, understanding what the problems are right now before you get to the troubleshooting and shit.
Yeah, because, you know, the help desk, I be fired up when I have to call into a help desk and they pissing around and they trying basic stuff. I'm like, look, I'm in tech. I done tried all of that now. Send me the second level support. Shit. My nerves get bad immediately. Be telling them baby ass shit. Look, I done all that. Send me the second level support. I don't have time for that. So yeah, I feel you. Okay, fam. So last week we got into we got into so much. We started. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is this Sandra in the chat at least?
No, like, no, she you
so
know
she
what?
Not even on the YouTube?
Let me tell her to go, because if she go in the YouTube chat, we can drop the link.
Yeah, I was like, can she not just click off the link from there?
Right, YouTube chat from your phone. Chat from your phone. And we will drop the link. So last week we got into and I had to wind up doing 2 additional drops on, we started with General Lee being black from the Civil War. So shout out to Straight Up. We started out with that. So we started out the gate off the chain. Still got some follow-up information because I dropped earlier today on George Washington being black. So we still got additional follow-up information on the Black Confederacy. And shout out to the people in the comments because it was the people in the comment section of the Robert E. Lee video. Y'all reminded me about the George Washington drop. You gave me exactly where to go. The one person, Neophyte Dag, I had never heard of his channel. He did an excellent job on that. And then I forgot Brother Lee Cummings had did a drop, child. I had it highlighted and everything. I just forgot off of his particular book on the Negro Question Part 7.
Book.
Yeah.
Because he got so much information in that it's like, how can one man have accumulated all of this and you didn't went to school, we done went to these schools all this time and they ain't even shared a page of this.
And not a damn page. And again, I'm holding up the book. You could get it from YouTube. And as you can see, because actually this is a source that we're going to use on the American Revolutionary Wars series. We're actually doing the American Wars series. We stopped that to jump on to this series, but this was a source that we were going to use. I just hadn't gotten to it yet. So as y'all can see, y'all see all of these doggone tabs I have on this work, and I literally have a tab for George Washington. And I forgot that I had it in here because I looked at this probably 3-4 months ago. So get his book. This is another collector's item. Literally, and like Son Scotty said, it's like receipt after receipt upon receipt upon receipt. Okay? So pick this up, the Negro Question Part 7, the Swarthy Memoirs of a Black American Revolution. So shout out to the folks in the comments. Y'all have been lighting it up with just absolutely wonderful information, credible information. I'm getting through it as the best I can for follow-up, and that's in addition to the people sending me additional content. You all are like fire. I'm just so impressed with you all. You're really on your stuff, and it's much respected, and it's so sad to see some of the other people come in the comments that want to argue without no facts, no proof, just on what they feel. And then some of them get ignorant and I just politely, you out of here. I don't have the time for it because the people in the comments, they are literally bringing the heat, bringing the fire, because that's what we're here for. We're here to put out the information, not for nobody's feelings and trolling and name calling. I ain't got it to do. This ain't the type of channel for that. So shout out to the family. Y'all have really, really been showing up and showing out, dropping some great information. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. Oh, shoot. Peace and love, sis. Sis, you unmuted.
It still shows she muted.
Yeah, because once I unmute her, she just has to unmute herself. Unmute your phone, sis.
She probably not used to where that setting shows up on the
child. You sis, you reminded me of my mom and them with this technology. You know how you get, they be looking at they shit like this, and you try to give them instructions, and they be like this.
Nah, this how it be. And you gotta ask them, like, what device are you on? Are you on the computer?
And
Are you
see,
on the phone? Are you on
yeah,
the tablet?
I don't, yeah, exactly.
Because-
Tell me exactly what you doing. Cause child, it be something simple and you be racking your brain and you be like, oh, all you had to do was thus and thus and so. So, sis, you have another option. I'm getting ready to drop the link in the chat. So get to YouTube from your phone and go to the chat and click the link. All right, so that's your other option. Cause child, I can't help you with your Apple phone device. Number one, I gave up Apple years ago. So, hey, peace and love. Brother Odell's in the house, so peace and love, brother. So we'll have Brother Odell come up in a minute. Okay, sis, so when you get it together, it is what it is. The link is in the chat. All right, son Scotty, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
You know what? I did have a go on with the fuckery, but it was more like sharing this article that I want to share because we be like pressed for time at the end. And so I don't want to get off into like a conversation about something that we got Brother Odell in the house and we want to get to that and that. So I don't know what all people got to share, but like my go ahead on with the fuckery was this article from this briefing from the Department of Defense. And it was kind of tying in like how communications is the first act of war, and how I shared the stuff about doublespeak and sharing the stuff about how, like, you know, these departments changed their names through the timeline. We had the Department of War transforming into the Department of Defense. And then how we talking about, you know, this Ukraine thing that's happening. And so that's my go ahead on with the fuckery. I can share it, read it, but I don't know if somebody else want to have like a talk go ahead on with the fuckery. So I just want to be conscious of the time and shit. Okay, well, since it's just you and I up here so far, sis, you done forfeited your go ahead on with the fuckery this week. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. So son Scotty, you should be able to share. So we'll go into that. And then I did have a quick follow-up on the Black Confederacy stuff. And then Brother Odell, we're going to bring you in because the Black Confederacy stuff ties in to the war stuff that Brother Odell wanted to go over to. Also, I think he wanted to go into the 1871 war stuff. So we're ready whenever you're ready, son Scotty. Okay. All right. Let me drop the link here. And then I'm going to be reading through this like real fast and just opening up the tabs to look up some stuff because I didn't read like half of it and stuff. But I'm going to drop the link. You know, if it's like too long, then like I just cut it off and y'all can finish it up on your own. But you'll get the gist of it from just what I read and just like the
all
stuff.
Right. So let me bring it up for the fam. And now I have to start sharing everything we share on here also on Zoom because I notice oh, that's you. You're gonna bring it up. Okay, you're gonna share. Okay, got you. Okay, so I'm ready.
Yeah, it's like I brought it up on because it also ties into like, you know, Sis Sandra and Brother Odell talking about this all ties to war. Okay. And the cosmological clock and how like, you know, I always be saying like, you know, and you done brought in the Nos Confunding, that map of behind the ice wall and the different realms. It's like, you know, all of this, for some reason, these entities, certain ones of them that they make us focus on, but a lot of them that come to this realm that like to start shit want to invoke this war-like energy and the harvesting of souls and the harvesting of energy. So yeah, I just have it right here on the Unum Sanctum. Brother Odell.
Okay, sis,
Bonner
and damn, I'm trying to.
Hey, welcome, Sis Sandra.
Damn it.
Hi.
All right, go ahead, sis. All right, I was able to change
No,
your
no, no,
name. You good. Your number's not showing now. You good.
Okay. I'm here. That's all I can say. Just give me a few minutes to take a deep breath.
Okay, go ahead, cause son Scotty gonna get into it, and then
Yeah, he was doing it. I heard it. I heard you guys, but I couldn't find you.
Okay, no worries.
I heard everything you said.
Okay, no worries. Okay, son Scotty, you got it.
I'm sorry, son.
So just real quick, just going over Unum Sanctum, affirming the authority of the Pope as their heir, the Peter and Vicar of Christ over human authorities, spiritual and temporal. So your soul, your body, all of that, no matter what it is. Okay, so this is a transcript from the U.S. Department of Defense. A senior defense official holds a background briefing May 18th, 2022. Senior defense official. Okay, afternoon, everybody. It's senior defense official again, day 84. We assessed that there's 106 operational BTGs, battleground, that's like battle tactical equipment and stuff.
Okay.
Before we get into the picture, I want to just make a point on clarification. I don't know if I was completely clear on this before, but when we talk about the groupings of troops, you have Eastern, Central, Western, Southern. They also have a grouping of troops basically for airborne. But in terms of the geographic groupings of troops, they get their names from where they came inside Russia, not for where they are necessarily operating in Ukraine. And I'm not sure I was completely clear about that. So just for your purposes, the Eastern, Central, and Western groupings of troops are basically operating in the vicinity of Izum and Kharkiv. And the Southern groupings of troops is essentially operating in the vicinity of around North Mariupol and Kherson area. That's basically how they're laid out. And so with the Southern grouping of troops, makes perfect sense. They're operating in the south of Ukraine. They came from the southern district of Russia, but I just wanted to make that clear just for your own purposes. So 106, no change to last time we talked about that. There's really only two lines of axis where we've seen the Russians make any appreciable progress since the last time we talked. The first is between Kherson and Mykolaiv. And it's really more towards pushing closer towards the Black Sea. So as we talked about before, they've been battling it out between Mykolaiv and Kherson. We talked about that 2 days ago as well. We've seen the Russians make some incremental progress in the direction of the Black Sea. And then the other line of axis that they've continued to make, limited, but some appreciable progress, is coming out of Donetsk towards the town Novosika, which is where they moved their troops out of Mariupol to just south of that town. And as we talked about before, they had pretty much stayed static between that town to the point where they were digging in defensive positions. And so we're starting to see the Russians, you can clearly see they're trying to link up with those troops by moving from Donetsk in that direction. So they've made a little bit of progress, but not much. It's been fairly limited in keeping with what we've seen in the past, that, you know, a few kilometers, maybe every day kind of thing. The other thing that's interesting to note, it's not really a difference, but I think as you look at the fighting in Donbass in particular, and I mean, not just over the last 24 hours, but over the last days and even more than a week or so, I mean, you're starting to see Russian offensive operatives become smaller in their size and scale, and you're seeing their objectives become more localized. Again, this is, you know, towns and villages and sometimes crossroads that these guys are trying to achieve. So it's just sort of a shrinking of their objectives and their goals. And that also corresponds to the size of units that are involved in these smaller objectives. You know, we're seeing more company size units get involved in the movements. You know, we talk about battalion tactical groups, BTGs from earlier, battalion tactical groups, all the time. And rightfully so, that's how they organize. But what we're beginning to see in the last few days is just a more smaller, more localized approach using smaller units, which makes perfect sense. And again, we think that this also goes to reinforce the notion that it hasn't been much progress in Donbass, a lot of back and forth, again, fighting at a smaller scale. They still have not corrected their conditions. They're still not integrating their units very well. Their communications are still not very efficient between commanders. And again, we also talked about before, even at this smaller level, we see them being, you know, very closely to their doctrine of artillery fire, then a frontal attack by formations that are small, in some cases, not fully resourced, fully manned, fully strong, and they get rebuffed by the Ukrainians. This big Russian power getting rebuffed by the Ukrainians, how is that possible?
Yeah, I'm confused, but keep going.
Yeah. And so just wanted to lay that out as sort of why we're seeing all this back and forth, particularly in the Donbass region. Let's see. Northeast of Kharkiv, we continue to see Ukrainians push Russians closer to the Russian border. I don't really have an update. I mean, in some places, it's as close as 3 to 4 kilometers. In other places to the northeast of Kharkiv, it could be as much as 10 kilometers. I mean, it varies. It's not a uniform line of contact here that you can just draw with a ruler. It changes based on the terrain and the strength of both sides. But essentially, we're continuing to see the Ukrainians push the Russians back closer to the border and to reinforce themselves in the process of doing that as well, with their own capability, including artillery capability.
How's that possible?
Yes, they're going to get into it.
Okay.
In the air domain, Russian sortie count and sortie, I had to look that up. I was like, what? What screen I'm on?
You still on the main screen. There goes sortie.
Sortie can't come out from a defensive position to make an attack. So the Russians is defending themselves. They doing sortie counts, came out in the last 24 hours at about 225. So again, right in the window we've been talking about and seeing in most days, between 200 and 300 strikes are focused on Kharkiv and the Donbass mostly. And no real changes in the maritime, environment worth speaking to. The Russians are still trying to, what movement we're seeing is them trying to reinforce their positions on Snake Island. And then I had to look up Snake Island. I'm like, oh, where that's at? And that's like some little island in Russia off the coast.
It's off by itself.
Yeah, so it's like over here in the Black Sea, basically. You got the Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, this whole Black Sea region. And I wanted to bring this up too, because they bring up this Black Sea and we talk about these lands being right here in this realm, just further out. And you have to go through these water portals to get to them. And so just always focus on how they're like, oh, well, they're not going through any maritime measures at this point. It's just basically airborne and ground tactical.
Probably because the other realms don't want that foolishness, don't cross over there. But okay.
So yes, the Russians are still trying to Snake Island, resupply, that kind of thing, but nothing indicative of a pending, amphibious assault or anything like that. So look at these words they use: an amphibious assault.
What are they talking about? Reptilian assault?
Coming through the realm of the water, because
and if you go back to that picture, go back to that island situation picture. See, now you done started something. I was gonna let it go. You see where it says Black Sea on the map? You see that line? It's a fake line. It's a dude, I think they kicked him off of YouTube, or I don't get his videos anymore. He used to drill deep down in them lines. And he would see where the map was covering up things. Now, I don't know if that's the case with this. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case. It don't have to be the case.
But I wanted to zoom into this and show this picture. I'm glad you told me to come back here, because look at this right here. This is the island, and we know what this looks like. Ancient trees, these stacks
that they cut down.
And then if you zoom in, it's called a marine search. It's a marine research station.
So you see that line as you zoom in?
Right here.
Yeah, it was a dude on YouTube. I don't know if he's gone or not, but he kept zooming in. And child, it was stuff within that line. So in other words, this view that they're showing you was covering up stuff. And that was especially the case in the Arctic, which this isn't too far from the Arctic.
No, we're going to get into this, because I'm gonna share some, just how this, Yeah. These lines of, always a line of demarcation, the longitude, the latitude, the coordinates of things. That is the science and technology of terraforming as well. The mapping, cartography, all of that. So, yeah. All right.
It's also the science of brainwashing, because the news is saying that Russia's doing casualties with people and all that kind of stuff.
But ain't this the official? Ain't this the Defense Department? I don't want to lie upon the people. Ain't this the Defense Department's official? I don't know if this is a press conference or whatever the case. Well, it says news transcripts, right?
Yeah.
So what you saying, Sis Sandra, because to be honest, I haven't been keeping up with this. I'm going to be real honest. You saying they're telling a different story in the official news story?
Oh, yeah. They kept telling Russia's killing all the people up, killed the mayor up and buried him and his whole family. They raping kids. They doing all this kind of stuff. I'm like, y'all guys talking like we way out in the ocean.
Child, but that ain't what he's saying up in this report, though.
Right. The Ukraine is heavily artillery, and they have the technology, they have the clear communication, they have the weapons. And how and where are they getting this from? We're going to get to it.
Okay.
Because, Russia's supposed to be this.
Right. Supposed to be this big, bad military power. Shout out to Deep H2O says, when you are doing topography, those lines are ley lines. Okay.
Yeah. Topography.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And we're going to get in that too, as far as like the realm and like these other realms, and they even lay in the topography of the constellations. So it's not.
Touche.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
Okay, so back to this. And again, to repeat, if anybody came in here, I'm going to be just reading it fast because it's a lot of stuff, but like you can go through and look at it later and all that type stuff. But yeah. So we stopped with the amphibious assault. Now, some of you may ask, well, why are we seeing them move from the Kherson towards the Black Sea? Is this an indication that an amphibious assault is coming? We just don't know. We see no indications that there's a naval component to this. We could just it could just be that they're trying to reposition for a different line of approach on Mykolaiv, but there's been no indication of an imminent naval assault here. I think that's pretty it from our operational perspective. From a security assistance perspective, I have no doubt some of you are going to ask me about the next PDA going to come. And then I was like, PDA, what? Public display of affection. But then I had to look it up. And a PDA is a presidential drawdown authority. And this is where it got into my head. I'm like, oh, everything over there, it'd be linked to over here. The United States also is providing defense items to Ukraine via Presidential Drawdown Authority, PDA, by which the president can authorize the immediate transfer of articles and services from U.S. stocks without congressional approval in response to unforeseen emergency.
What? Yeah, drawdown.
So this goes back to what Brother Odel was saying, where the acts of emergency, like, that's a big ass.
Yeah, they throw a lot in there. Yeah.
They're giving them $80 million.
Yeah, they gave them that 80 mil last week.
And 30 something.
But there's a lot in here under that presidential drawdown. They get an immediate transfer of articles, the articles and services from the U.S. stocks. They don't need no congressional approval. And all they got to do is have an unforeseen emergency.
Facts.
What did Brother Odell say? That's a state of dictatorship?
That's how they do it.
When he has recessions and we get into dictatorship and democracy? Because I thought the Congress had the right to declare war. And I know they have the right to defend Ukraine, but to just give them money? Tax dollars that people will put in there?
And not just money. We're going to get into that too.
Assets.
Come on up, Deep H2O.
Because them articles, that's the thing that, like, okay, I can understand, wait, where is it? Oh,
sorry.
Hold on.
That's me.
Because the money they gave may not be actual money. It may be the worth in assets.
Exactly. So them articles and services, they ain't even really saying money, so to speak. Like, they just saying, like, we're going to give you all the shit to perpetrate war.
But the way they sell it to you is that they gave you, they give Ukraine X amount of dollars in defense money. You think it's just dollars. Okay, just some dollars. No, but it's actual assets, like machines. That's worth $1 billion.
They're giving them rifles and stuff to shoot the Russian generals.
Just a second, y'all. Somebody cutting up in the chat. What's going on? Who being disrespectful? Mods, if they're being disrespectful, get them out of here.
Oh, somebody's trying to talk shit about
Get them out of here.
Like,
whatever. Get them out of here. I don't give a fuck who it is. Get them out of here. You don't come over here with that foolishness. All right? So one of the mods, get them out of here. Who is it? Indigenous American?
I see Indigenous Truth just got his message to me.
Okay, it was indigenous. I was gonna say I know Indigenous American shouldn't be okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Get them out of here. We don't play that shit over here. You don't come over to my house disrespecting anyone. Thank you, mods. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
Because that's what people want to do. They want to distract.
With they trolling ass. Get your own motherfucking channel.
Nothing to do with that.
Shit.
Like, if that's what you want to focus on, okay, that seems like something that's a personal issue.
Right.
But I'm not focused on that. So, yeah.
Get they monkey
So,
ass
yeah.
out of here. Okay, go ahead, son.
Presidential drawdown authority. So the president can just, an emergency is declared, and they gonna get their resources basically. I have an announcement for you on that today, but obviously we'll let you know as soon as we have something. But I do think that there'll be another presidential drawdown package coming soon. And you know why niggas be on these packages? Because they commander in chief of the fraudulent corporation is about packages.
And somebody said money laundering. I think it was our other indigenous, our real true indigenous American. I'm like, I know that ain't indigenous American clowning. Said money laundering. And here again, I can't get a tic tac in this motherfucker.
You can't just
because that's what it is.
When you give them $1 billion in aid.
Oh, can somebody drop Deep H2O the link? I can't drop it because the screen is displayed. Okay, thanks, nephew. We finna drop it, Deep H2O. Let us know what name you coming up under, cause child, I done forgot. So let me know what name you coming up under. Hey, sis Latifah, let me make y'all mods, my BCU fam. Make y'all the mods, cause I know y'all know how to go on and give folks the hell up out. Shit. Y'all should have been mods. Okay, so come on up, Deep H2O. Just let me know what your name you coming up under. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty. We ready.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, so another presidential drawdown package coming soon, but I won't get ahead of it. So even in these messages, they like, oh, let me wait for this nigga to drop it. I don't want to spoil his package drop for the foreign entities.
Child, package could mean a couple of different things now, but child, they a hot mess.
And the stuff that's already flowing there, these previous packages, we know that 79 of the 90 U.S. provided M77s. M77s is the M77 howitzer is a towed 155 millimeter artillery piece. It's used by the ground forces of Australia, Canada, India, Saudi Arabia, Ukraine, and the United States. Are now forwarded with the Ukrainian military. And we get that from them. They're telling us that. They're providing long-range, indirect fire capability. And of the 209,000 rounds of 155 ammunition that we committed to Ukraine, 75%, more than 156,000 of those rounds have been transferred to the Ukrainian military. So the majority of the committed 155 rounds are in country. 3 of the 11 M17s, these M17s is a Soviet design Russian military helicopter. So the Soviets got military, they got United States and so y'all just playing games.
Yeah, that's exactly what they doing. So what you saying is this helicopter that you done set up here and named is Russian made, or because I don't want to lie upon these people. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, it just seems like
so they playing games
from the United States and the Russians to make a fake propaganda war against the Russians.
Exactly.
So, yeah, moving on.
So a psyops, as we said in the beginning, but keep going.
All the radars that we promised, the TPQ 37 and 36 and 37 and 64, all of them have been transferred to the Ukrainian military. These are radar finders. Achieving initial operational capability in May 1982, the system is a weapon locating radar designed to detect and track incoming motor, artillery, and rocket fire to determine the point of origin for counter battery fire. It is currently in service at battalion and higher levels in the United States, U.S. military, United States Marine Corps, Australian Army, Portuguese Army, Turkish Army, and Armed Forces of Ukraine.
You see, Armed Forces of Ukraine sigil.
Oh yeah.
The cross. We're like,
so much stuff.
Yeah.
So just going on now, we got them giving battleground tactical stuff, these motherfucking radar detecting weapons. Now we get into the switchblades. Of the switchblades, of the 300 that were announced.
Wait a minute. You mean switchblades like the gangs have? Or helicopter switchblades?
They're drones, but they need special type of drones.
Okay,
they gave them the drones to kill them. Yeah, they did. But Biden approved the drones to kill the Russian military.
Yeah, this whole thing is about the drones.
The switchblade drones.
Okay,
like
all right,
yeah.
I apologize. Okay.
No, but they just reinvent these same things. So like kamikaze, switchblade, what we think in our head as a switchblade, like street gangs, guerrilla, outside of the normal government, military, artillery. So of the switchblades, of the 300 that were announced, there are more than 200 of them in country, and almost nearly 10 of the Phoenix Ghost UASs are in Ukrainian hands. So I just want to go in here. These drones.
Oh, they big.
Is kamikaze.
Okay.
They is kamikaze drones. Unlike armed drones that carry weapons under the wings, launching them and returning to base, the Switchblade kamikaze drone carries its own warhead
and blows itself up, taking
out tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery nests with it. And then the Phoenix Ghost is an unmanned aerial system that allows the Army to watch targets and then attack. So they already got these AI smart military stuff.
Yeah, this is the new way they're going to fight wars. And what's going to happen, it's not even going to be people. It's just going to be the robots out there next. And they just going to be destroying infrastructure. And we know what we know, that these wars are attached to major resets.
Yeah.
So they already have in their mind or in their plan who's going to win, this, that, and the third, and how that territory of the ones that's being defeated, how it's going to be repurposed, or if it's just going to be set idle and become like deserty areas. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Did you hear that Kissinger said they should give Russia the land, some of the land that they want?
You know what? That's been flying around. When did he say that, sis?
It was yesterday.
Oh, his ass is still living and participating in conversation.
Girl, I was a little kid when that man was old.
I wasn't even born in that, and his ass was kicking it and giving policies.
Old. He was old. He was old man when I was a little girl.
You know he a goddamn lizard for sure. Supposedly and allegedly.
You know he is. They say he's only 90 years old. That is not true. He has to be at least, he was probably 50 plus years when I was a little
I
girl.
just remember he was living before I was born, and his ass looked old back then. And so I thought he had been transitioned.
Just like he looks now.
So he's still out giving some motherfucking advice, basically.
Well, you know, he's the one who brought over the paperclip game.
Oh yeah, he go. If he been around that long, sis, and he's been participating in every administration since he came on the scenes. A matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, he gave a comment in a book that was written in the 80s that this Ukrainian war was going to break out. And he said because Russia is coming back to take their territory. So now what you say his ass said the other day again, sis?
He said we better to give Russia what they want.
Okay.
And give them some of their territory.
So it's planned. So it's planned.
Yeah,
if you done already said up in the 80s that Russia is coming back for that territory, that's going to be another war. Now, that was in the 80s that was stated. And now he done turned around and said, y'all might as well give Russia back that land. That don't sound planned to know. Maybe that's just a conspiracy theorist in me.
You have to
know it's not. It's not.
Hey, Deep H2O.
It's not. What you guys are talking about goes back to the Afghanistan war in the 80s. Because Afghanistan.
No. I'm not talking about Afghanistan war.
No. He's talking about what I'm talking about when I was in the 80s.
I'm talking about the connection, and I'm sorry. I just kind of barged
No,
in.
you're fine.
Hello,
Deep H2O.
everybody.
Peace and love.
Sis Rhonda, Sandra, Scotty, Saturn, Odell, Nuwa, all y'all beloveds. Love y'all. I just wanted to connect some dots with what Scotty did with the topography, because I think I can draw a correlation, and some people might refute this. Last week, when Nuwa did the whole thing with the black sun, okay, and the whole science of that, the light coming up through the disk, or what we call the compact disk,
right,
and then the light being refracted off of the sun and the moon, Solomon, and then Kells, who identified that fixed point at the apex. That's where we get our topography. Okay. So when we get these maps and we're able to look down, that's the whole science of it. Because like you saw, Sister Rhonda, you saw that line in the Black Sea. That's the ley lines.
Now run that back again, brother, because I want to make sure I got it correct. Based on what Brother Nuwa was showing us last week with whoever that person was breaking down that science.
Right.
Start with that point again and say again.
Okay. So basically what Nuwa showed us is how this whole thing is being broken down scientifically in terms of how we can use sacred geometry, geometric principles to alter reality. So we can get a fixed point, like Kells had identified. We got the sun, sol, man, moon. Those are two fixed points.
I'm with you.
And then we give you the idea that you're on this plane that's rotating. That's really not.
Right.
It's fixed. But then there's this base energy that's projecting all of these images upon us. So now when we start, let's put ourselves in the positions of those who orchestrate. Keyword, orchestrate. You design everything. So you can map everything out. So what Scotty was showing us today was how you do terraforming. That's how you terraform. You terraform geologically. You terraform from a topographical standpoint And then you can introduce the species, which takes us back to the Bible. I know it sounds like I'm all over the place.
No,
but
you
I'm really not.
baby.
But I'm really not.
No.
But I'm really
That's like
not.
prophecy. It's actually like
takes us
prophecy.
Right. It takes us back to the Bible. Then we get Genesis.
Right.
Then we get the genes of Isis. Okay, because that's what Genesis is in code.
Right.
It's the genes of Isis. It's your DNA. It's your chronology. And they start telling us where we come from.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to recap the breakdown. So you basically saying that we know the black sun is underneath and it emits frequencies. You can say magnetic radiation, which interacts with the atmosphere, this, that, and the third. And so it, because of that projection, is creating the refraction of the sun and of the moon. And the moon is just a reflection of the real earth. But also, doesn't it connect to that Polaris point as well? And you're saying with all of that, it kind of, does it highlight the organic ley lines, or is it creating new ley lines, or do we not know?
It does both.
Okay, it does both.
Yeah.
So,
it does both.
But the purpose of that is because we know already now that that black sun is technology, and that is terraforming. So all of what we just described, like you said, is a form of terraforming. And because we are enclosed in a dome, it's almost like y'all, what y'all call that? Not a hothouse, greenhouse. But you know how, because my mom used to make one.
Cooker.
Not pressure cooker. You know how when we used to get them glass jars when you ordered water, and now they're plastic, but you would put plants in it.
And you talking about the mason jars?
No, the big five.
No, the aquarium.
The aquarium. You make your own aquarium,
right.
But you make it out. Ecosystem. That's what I'm trying to say. So the dome is basically, with that dome and with that black sun and with the atmosphere that they're controlling in it and setting it, that's how you're able to create the species that you want to create. Not only create the species that you want to create, but you're able to create the environment that your folks can live on, right?
Right. Now let's introduce this. Let's introduce this. This is
terranium. Thank you, Sis Kel. God damn it, I was trying. That's what I was trying to say. Terranium.
Yeah. That's it, Kel. That's it. And then what you get from this is you get the electromagnetic field, which everything pivots off of. Because everything that we've talked about, when we talk about the frequency being turned up, we talk about everything we're talking about. It's electromagnetism. Who's the first one that put the theory in the application? It was Einstein.
Yep.
Now, I'm a math and physics person. I don't expect other people to get off into all of that, but I will keep it short. When he introduced that into calculus, and he was trying to combine electromagnetism with string, they call it string theory. Okay. And really what that is, it's the unification theory. That's a code word for the God code. When you can unify electromagnetism, you can take what Nuwa gave us, and you can see how everything is built.
Got you.
And how you can control it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Now we're in the realm of where we're in the physical manifestation. Just like when Brother Odel and you guys were talking about where you had the black sun, and the symbol of the black sun was the swastika and that little emblem. That in the Bible, that's the cross.
Right.
That's dense matter. And then there was a brother in the chat room. I forget his name, Sister Rhonda. He had initials, but he was talking about east, west, north, south quadrants. That's the symbol of the cross. That's dense matter. Wow. That's what we rotate on.
Right.
The physical world. However, we got all these people.
And isn't the gravity that they try to sell us?
Yes.
Isn't that just density?
Yes. And then guess what they came up with? And Scotty Saturn will tell you this. If you watch the comic book movies that they come out with, what do they talk about? Zero gravity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what zero gravity is? That's getting out of the realm of the physical world.
You're being up top.
That makes sense.
You're up top. Mm-hmm.
You're up top.
You know,
that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of like what the God particle does in prophecy. He's above everything, but he's not in a linear line. It's spiral. He's in a spiral. So therefore, he can see the front, the back, and down below and up top at one time. So when they go up there like that, what you're talking about is they can see it all.
Yeah,
right. That's what Enoch was describing, right?
Multiverse.
Yeah.
Well, Enoch was still in the dome in his defense.
To itself.
Sorry. And see, this is in Scotty's wheelhouse, because Scotty's like me. I'm gonna tell everybody. Phil Valentine tells his people, I want you to take a notebook when you go watch movies.
Yep, I do. In his defense, that's where I got that from. And sometimes I have to go back and watch it again to go over stuff.
You have to.
And I got that from my mama for watching movies. And she like, if it happened in this movie, it's already real. And like, she tapped into her spirit, and I just held on to that shit. I swear to God.
Now I want to introduce something, and this might be a side note, but it's really not a side note. When we found out about the mass murder that was with the people in Buffalo, right? And if y'all notice, every time there's one mass murder, there's one that comes right behind it. And then they took it a step further. They did the children, which is a complete abomination.
Yeah, it is.
So what that's telling us is
on the George Floyd.
What that's telling us is we have these entities, because Earth, what we call Earth, this is the only place where spirit and matter comes together.
Woo!
We don't know of any other place where that happens.
Can you just say that again? Because that's real deep, brother.
This is where spirit and matter intermingle. So we got spirits running around in the millions, in the billions. We got people running around in the billions. Now we just sitting back watching what's going on.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. So what you're saying is all those other realms, because we know there's multiverses. So even that map that I showed from the Spanish folks, and it shows those different realms. You're saying even with all of those lands beyond the poles, they don't have spirits and physical matter together. Or is it just this entire realm that just has
it's this realm.
Our particular
where we're at.
This realm
we're at we're in a
those together. That's why people want to get here.
Keep fucking with us.
Right.
So because just by being in this realm, you have the potential energy of doing that alchemy without needing to, like, just being here. You could get a spirit body. You could get a physical body just by being in this realm.
Yeah, they do walking.
Damn. Yeah. But my thing is, okay, hold up, y'all. So if that's the case, then okay, let me ask you this then, Brother Deep H2O.
Okay.
So all of these other billions of spirits, where are they funky asses coming from?
Past DNA.
Okay, so would that say our ancestors?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. Yes.
Isn't that
And
how
we
birth
have
is done anyway?
conflict in that regards because Sis Rhonda and Sandra and Scotty and Nuwa and Odell, all the stuff that we're talking about is our DNA.
I agree.
So we got this conflict going on because we got DNA that got disrupted. We got DNA that's claiming, oh, we're from a monarchy. We keep our blood clean. That's the bloodlines, right? They only stick with each other. Even if they cousins, brothers, they don't care. So that's a whole nother cult.
Yeah.
And we got all of this stuff going on at the same time, just like Africans made gumbo. Gumbo ain't from Louisiana. Gumbo from Africa.
Okay, you have people swinging on you on that from Louisiana, but okay.
It's okay.
My New Orleans folks, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Don't come swinging on me. I know how y'all serious about it now. I done tasted Africa's version of gumbo and it's straight garbage. It's a hot mess.
It's pure.
It's nasty as fuck to me.
Over there.
So,
over there,
Nolans, that ain't me, baby. I'm your cousin, right from next door at Mississippi, right on the border, baby. That ain't me. I ain't sanctioning that.
Rhonda, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never had African gumbo.
It's
but
garbage.
I will kill myself over some New Orleans gumbo.
Yeah, it's garbage because I've had my African friends call themselves making me some of that, and they version of some greens. And that goddamn foo-foo.
Yeah, that's an acquired taste.
I didn't like none of that. I took a little bitty bite of all of that. I'm like, I can't even do it. They're like, you don't like it, Rhonda? Hell to the no. But yet, when I give them our stuff, they tear that shit up. Now, I don't disrespect New Orleans trying to make they gumbo. But when I make their ass some greens and some grits and some mac and cheese and chicken, they clean they motherfucking plate, harass me. Every time I come to Atlanta, you making me some macaroni and cheese? I don't like they food. So, New Orleans, I'm on your side with that. Hell to the no. Y'all just trying to claim gumbo? I don't believe y'all, but continue, brother.
Okay, to get us back on task, y'all. I want to bring this full circle and connect the dots because your show is head and shoulders above everything else that's out right now. And I know that we have to be careful in how we talk about things.
Right.
So just to draw that correlation between what Scotty was showing us and then you guys were talking about the Ukraine and you were talking about the drones. I want y'all to think about the movie, The Purge.
All right, I'm with you. Okay.
What are they doing to us now?
Several people have suggested that. Let me ask you that. Who is they?
The powers that be.
Okay, so in your opinion, is that setting it up for another reset?
Oh, of course. No, well, basically, no. Let me correct. Let me correct that, Rhonda.
What is the size of the purge? We got the
the purge is global.
Who's being militarized?
Yeah,
who's getting these weapons to do this?
The purge is global because we are being shown. If you guys watch commercials and you watch movies, I don't know if you guys noticed this. Have you seen McDonald's commercials in Spanish and in Japanese and Chinese? I do.
What about it?
See them all the time.
I do.
Okay, Sandra, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
That's the purge.
I've been going,
so,
is that Chinese? What are they putting in Chinese?
I think it's, yeah. And it freaked me out because I was like, damn, they doing the McDonald's commercial with no subtitles in Chinese. And then they do the damn same commercial with the Ford trucks and all that stuff. They doing it in Spanish. They are amalgamizing the entire
I got something I heard they're going to do.
Confederate.
I heard something they're going to do. That was going to be my thing for tonight. Is the rumor mill that I done got.
Okay, so sis, don't come on here with the Rona stuff because that totally blew me. I had to put in a lot of work to
even know
revamp last Thursday. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Just
it,
because other people can get away with it, YouTube told me I can't get away with it. So it is what it is. But go ahead.
You know, they got some credible intel. That old boy up there at that White House he sits at, he's bringing those people really against us, the Chinese and the Russians. And there's a D-Day invasion planned.
So, what you're saying, that's part of the purge.
Yeah.
So, what are you saying, Brother Deep H2O? I'm still trying to understand this purge.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. You guys remember when Russia was the United Soviet Socialist Republic?
Yes, the USSR, right?
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Lenin and Stalin.
There was no such thing as Ukraine.
Mortal Kombat.
Because that was part of Russia.
Right. So when did that break up? The 80s?
That was 90. That was the
90s.
Middle 90s. That was
the middle 90s.
So
okay.
What they did was they redrew the geographical lines. They redrew the ley lines.
Wait a minute. Boom. There you go. I'm with you.
They redrew them.
Mm-hmm.
Now they coming back around again to redraw it again.
So that's again terraforming. At the end of the day, it's terraforming because their black sun clock, they're trying to either rebuild that motherfucker or retune it up.
There you go.
To keep their program going.
Lithuania and Poland, they want to do it that way.
Go ahead, Sandra. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And Lithuania in the Iliad, I think it's the Iliad and the Odyssey, they tell you they are the children of the Satan, the Lucifer. And so in that play, which was very long, I was looking at it, somebody, I think it was it Lexwell, was giving it, and it was telling how they are telling you who they the children of, and they Lucifer, and a lot of people saying that they're Satanists, and what we got going on right now is a war between the Satanists and the Christians.
Satan is a misnomer.
I know
that's a misnomer.
Yeah, it is.
But that's just a simple way to put it.
Right.
Leo, it created the dichotomy to set you up. I said the children of the bloodline, Inky and then Lil and them motherfuckers. It's like you want to be a child of a god of war, or you want to be a child of a god of love. And this is love in their definition of it. Because they set up Jesus and they set up the Satan for you to choose, but they really gambling on your soul. It don't matter which side you choose. Actually,
they are gambling on your soul.
Harvesting it on both sides.
And this goes.
They want to be.
Go ahead, Sandra. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. They just want you to be enslaved, and you have to choose the side you're going to be on.
And this goes back to what Nuwa showed us in that video last week. That shit was so profound to me.
What the child? Yes.
Because I have. Let me see. I got Isis Unveiled by Helena Blavatsky in 2 volumes.
Mm-hmm.
I got The Secret Doctrine by Helena Blavatsky in 3 volumes. I got The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli.
Mm-hmm.
These people, all these people I've named, they're all from the same sect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't want you guys, I'm going to mention the name, and I don't want you guys to think of this person. I want you to think of the other person. Because one thing that Brother Odel brought up that we didn't get into, and I think Nuwa brought it up as well. Martin Luther. I'm not talking about Martin Luther King.
Right.
I'm talking about Martin Luther.
The split from the church.
Jesuit.
The Reformation.
Mm-hmm.
Jesuit.
Yeah.
He was a Jesuit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. We go back to the Black Pope.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, let's connect the dots. Black Pope, Black Sun. Come on, man. This ain't no accident.
No, I mean,
This ain't no accident.
Pretty much, we already know the closer you are to that inner circle, secret society, is the closer you are to that black sun knowledge, which is that inner circle, right?
Right. And guess who the black pope prays to? Guess who the black pope prays to?
Circles. The great.
Who? A black woman?
The Black Madonna.
Yeah, of course.
The black woman.
How do you think they got empowered? Isn't that who they overthrew?
There we go.
Yeah, that
there we
part.
Go.
That's
there
who they overthrew. That's why they worked pretty hard to keep the black woman at the bottom of the totem pole.
Man.
That is why it is a constant continuing war between black men and black women. And that's why I told you that this war had to happen at this time, because black women have to stand up and take their place.
It's time to let it go. They can't take no prisoners no more. Time is up. So now the black woman got to step to the forefront and be like, you know what? If you motherfuckers ain't with us, I don't give a damn what color you are. We got to handle this.
Exactly. Your ass is out of here.
You out.
And they're telling us such in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at this comedy sketch called a Black Ladies Comedy Sketch. And it was one skit they were doing with black women running track. And they were like, this coach was trying, it was all black women, and the black coach was a black woman, and she was trying to get all of them to like run. And it was the comedy sketch. And so they were trying to throw all these things out to get them to run. So she said something about the devil and being evil and magic, and they ass took off. And so the other lady said, how'd you know that was going to work? She said, because black women are afraid of their magic. I backed that motherfucker up. I said, they're dropping jewels in this.
We were called witches at one point.
Side note, my Rhonda, when you had dropped the thing about the Huguenots and all that, like, and I was about to drop, like, there's a lot of Hollywood actors that have that phenotype, and Robin Thede, who runs that show, happens to be just looking like that tawny, swarthy, light-eyed phenotype.
She looked black Europeanish all day long. I picked it out. I automatically said, oh, she's a black European. I looked at her and automatically know the high yellow with the gray. I think she has gray eyes. She's a pretty lady. She funny as fuck. She be having me rolling. And she knows she's a black European because they've done a couple of sketches with the women dressed up as black Europeans, and I straight laid on the floor rolling. I'm like, oh, so y'all know y'all heritage.
And Rhonda, I want to tell you something, Rhonda.
Black European with African, because her last name, I feel like, is some type of African or something. When we know that's all the same, y'all. The black European, the black African, y'all brothers, cousins.
Exactly.
And Rhonda, I want to put this out there. That work you doing, I get the notifications because I'm a subscriber.
Mm-hmm.
That work you doing with the history aspect, and just here in America on this soil, and you was talking about, I think it was Jefferson and George Washington and a couple of others. Being black, man, that work is so thorough, kid. You have no idea. You done tapped into some shit. I don't know. And I be reading it and I be listening to it. I'm like, where the fuck is she getting this information
But
from?
you know what? Shout out to my subscribers. I'll put one thing out and then they'll send me supplemental information like ping, ping, sis, look at this. Look. I'm like, damn, it's just coming from everywhere. So shout out to the people that's, giving me the information.
Rhonda, I be on my research game. But you be coming up with stuff where I be like, ooh, I got to go hibernate for like 24 hours. I just got to start digging into crates. And I got to find, because I'm one of those people. It's like I love to hear people talk about things that they're passionate about.
Mm-hmm.
However, when they start spitting information, I'm not going to challenge them on what they say. I just need, like you always say, Rhonda, where's the receipts?
Exactly.
I need them receipts. And every time you come up with something, I don't even be checking for receipts.
Still check. Check. Call me on my shit too. Check. I don't mind. I don't mind it being checked.
Can't nobody call
check.
you on
You know, when you check well. But
can't nobody call you on
it's interesting because I share with the fam I'll just get a notion because I've been researching my genealogy for years. I didn't just wake up out of the bed and do this. It's been 5-6 years. So so the last little set of ancestors, just you get something in your soul that tells you, okay, go back in, and tells you exactly where to go. Now I had a hint from my great uncle who told me exactly where to go. But back then when he was telling me, I wasn't asking for no specific surnames. So I had to get to that point where I got the proper surnames and connected everything together. So I was still trying to find this last group of ancestors on that side. So something told me, go back, pick that up, go look. Found them on the Indian rolls. My great uncle, shout out to him. He's transitioned. He was the last one of that generation that transitioned. It's probably been about six years ago, which is probably one of the reasons I picked up the genealogy. But nonetheless, found those ancestors. I was so happy to find those ancestors, because it wasn't about them being on the Indian rolls. It was about finding the ancestors, and I can track the migration patterns on how some went on the Indian reservations. Of course, some of us didn't, which obviously my mom and them and grandma and them didn't go, but their sisters and them, aunts and them did go. And some stayed on the reservation right in the state where the state we're calling now, Indian Territory, just where my great uncle told me. And I found the other ancestors that went out west, and I'm still finding ancestors. I know exactly the migration patterns on where they went and to the different Indian reservations. So after I found that, I went to sleep, and then I'm chilling, and all of a sudden, this melanated lady comes to me in my dreams, which was really the astral plane, right?
Yeah.
And she was so loving and warm, and she just hugged me and started kissing me all over, and it was so happy. And then I had to think later when I woke up, I said, oh shit, that was one of the ancestors. They've been waiting on me. Yeah, they've been waiting on me to crack that code. Yep. And then that's when I got up that next day. I'm like, okay, there's more. So I guess she was coming to me not only to thank me, but to tell me there's still more. Go get the other ones. So over the last couple days, I've been getting the rest of that set, just getting all them records. So I'm saying all that to say, you all, you have the power. It's embedded in you. You have the power. I've been telling y'all, we can shut this thing down right now, right today. Can't nobody tell you who you are. None of that. And specifically black women. I don't care about what black men think. I don't give a damn about what white men think. I'm not here for that. That's their problem, what they think or don't think. You are the oldest being, soul, and spirit in this realm. Do you understand that?
In existence.
You are the oldest.
Yep.
Therefore, you are the most powerful.
Yeah.
And it is supposed to be what you say.
Yeah.
Not what Allah say. Not what Jesus say. Not what any of these other deities say. It is what you say.
Hey, Rhonda, sis
Yes,
Rhonda,
sir.
let me share this with you. I call black women goddesses. You know what they tell me? Nigga, what you talking about? Why are you calling me that? Don't call me that.
Scared of their magic.
And I'm like, and you know what that tells me? Oh, I can't talk to you.
And that's exactly what it tells you.
No more. I can't talk to you.
Because
no
if you don't recognize the goddess
you don't get
in
it.
you
don't get it.
You're looking at a sky daddy and you're looking to be under subjugation from someone else. And this realm will never change until black women, you stand up. That's why they work so hard.
Get off your knees. Get off your knees.
Rhonda, that goes back to what I was saying, what Nuwa gave us last week. That's the key to the realm. Because if you can't flip that program, you can't do nothing in this world.
You know,
you can hope and dream. Yeah,
exactly.
We can fantasize. We can be like, oh damn, I hope the tax man don't knock my door down.
And all of that shit means nothing. We have to flip. When I be talking about flip the entire thing over, I ain't talking about overthrow, alphabet boys and them. That shit ain't nothing compared to what we are really supposed to be doing.
Exactly.
We're supposed to be shutting that ecosystem down. And I am telling you, black women, you have to do it.
Yep. Because
you have to get out the fear. You got to get out this fear. And let that shit go that somebody is coming to save you. And if anybody should know that ain't nobody coming to save you and you got to do shit on your own, it should be a black woman because you the hardest working being up in this motherfucker.
And been doing that shit for thousands of years.
Thousands.
And guess what, Sis Rhonda? Who's been the hardest working person in America? The black woman.
Exactly.
Who's the only woman when white women were fighting for the right to vote and fighting for the right to be independent? Guess who was independent at that time? Black women.
Exactly.
Guess when black men couldn't get a job? Guess who could get a job? A black woman.
Right.
And here's the real trick. The white man has shown more respect for the black woman, even in his degradation of her.
Yep.
He has shown more respect than anybody else. The white man worships.
Always have.
He's in fear of her strength.
Always have. Who did the Pope bow down to? Is that a black Madonna or a white Madonna?
That's a black Madonna. Well.
They understand the science and who the true God really is. They understand it's a black woman. And I don't give a fuck if black men don't understand it. That ain't my concern. And you can call me what the fuck you want. Feminist, man hating, nigga, I don't care. But what you ain't gonna do, you ain't gonna overthrow me. How about that? I'll be a black bitch or whatever bitch you want me to be. But I bet you ain't gonna overthrow this bitch. How about that?
Damn. See, that's my kid right there. Ugh.
Black women, you have to stand up.
That's classic.
This is bigger than you black men's ego.
This big business.
We are talking about writing and making this a healthy realm. You have to do it.
And this shit ain't gonna be right until she get right.
Exactly.
That's why the shit
is fucked up.
Because she ain't right.
Because you're trying to keep living under a patriarch system that has proven to not work.
Don't work. Don't work.
This whole shit has to be overturned, and the eco terraforming has to be shut down.
But Rhonda, we got to mention this. It's a whole lot of motherfuckers that got to die in the process.
Oh yeah, now you know that, I know that.
we got to kill
and a lot of people don't want to
them.
face that, but you know what it is, black woman? Nigga, I'll recreate you. Sit the fuck down, get fucking eliminated, and if I feel, let me restate that. If I fucking feel like it, nigga, I'll recreate you.
Nuwa, that's what she said. Nuwa, that's what she said.
If I feel like it, I will recreate you.
Got to terraform.
We'll think about if we want to.
Oh, wait, sis, we got to terraform.
Exactly.
We got to remove the terraform.
We got to terraform.
Black women, that's the type of magic you have to be on. If it doesn't serve you, get rid of it.
Get rid of it. That's right.
Nature even shows you that.
Yeah.
I had literally a mother bird nesting on my front porch, and I have to wait for her to finish her thing so I could put my summer wreath up. And now she's gone. I'm trying to make sure that she's gone. But I saw one of the eggs where it was dropped. And it hit me automatically. She like, boo, you wasn't strong enough. You didn't make it. So
got to go.
You got to go. Even nature don't fuck around.
Got to go.
Springtime now. She got to leave out of that space.
We pulling up stakes.
Don't you all understand this purging that they're trying to do? No, motherfucker, you don't purge a motherfucking thing on my realm. I do the purging around this bitch.
That's you were saying that was the opposite. Maybe they're giving people this virus to hold on.
Well, number one, they can't get rid of black women.
If it wasn't for their divine intervention, they wouldn't be around so long.
Exactly, because black women have been divine intervening, mammying, aka mammying,
right,
allowing this fuckery to continue.
Oh, wait, mammogram, mammying, mammogram, mammals, mannery, all that.
Exactly.
All that.
Black women, you have to stand up. Because it's bigger than you. All of this low-level ass, you gonna submit to me. Now, nigga, you gonna submit to this 357 that I have in my motherfucking hand. Submit, bitch, it'll never, ever happen. All of this low-level submit shit to a motherfucker that you can't even send him to the corner store to get you a pack of squares because he don't have the capacity.
Damn.
You got to get up off of your ass and purge. If it does not serve you and your future children and your existing children, get rid of it.
Yeah, can't be served.
That's the first step.
Rhonda.
The second step is get on your magic. Create what the world you want to live. We have to turn this shit over because I'm going to tell you something. Those of you that want to keep mammying, you're going to get destroyed. We're getting rid of you because we done told y'all asses way back up in the day before the men hit this motherfucking planet. Some of us told you we didn't want them here. And the reason we didn't want them here is because we knew this shit was going to happen.
And get fucked up.
You went against us, and now we got the fuckery that we have. And you've been sitting up here waiting for it to evolve. We got conquered, and now you on the fucking bottom. But yet it's your energy, let's be fucking clear. It is your energy that keep this bitch running.
They go a pimp.
Your energy that keeps it running.
That's
So I am telling you, this is the last drop. You either get your shit together, get on your game, get on your magic, or you will be purged with your boys now. Now, that ain't saying that all men are going to be gone. Men, you got to get your shit together.
No, Alphas will be here.
Yes,
Rhonda,
sir.
Rhonda. You know what my niece told me last night?
What?
We live in a house together, right? We live in a 5-bedroom house, me and my niece. And she was calling me and I wasn't answering. And I was text messaging her back. You know what she told me when she came home?
What?
Nigga, I'm the most important woman in your life.
Oh!
Fucking answer the phone when I call.
Oh, damn. She really hardcore.
Wait a minute, Rhonda. You know what I did? I said, yes, baby. Okay.
Yes, sweet pea. Yeah, I mean, what can you say?
Okay.
Here go Warrior King. Why? I'm aware that there are women who don't have what they need to be a mother. What does the new age woman need to get where you expect them to be? I wish I could find a matriarch woman. I know, Sweet Pea Warrior, and I want you to find you a matriarch woman, baby. I want you to find that, but just know, you want that matriarch woman, she ain't finna put up with none of your shit.
Did he hear what I just said?
Right, because it's
from
gonna be
from
exactly.
My niece. That ain't from a woman. That's my niece.
That's his niece.
She said, "Nigga, I'm the most important woman in your life."
So you ready to do that?
Pick up that damn phone when I call.
You ready to do that? Cause if you ain't no need you asking for no matriarch woman. Cause I done told y'all I'm not the 1, the motherfucking 2, nor the 3. I'm not here to serve you. And melanated men got lost in that. So I wish you well. There are matriarch women out there, but we ain't no motherfucking joke. We don't play no games. Now, just for me personally, I got bigger things to do than it to be about children and a man. There's a very spiritual side of me.
Oh, you straight spiritual, kid. What you mean the spiritual side? You are the embodiment of spirituality. You got that.
Yeah.
That's you. But let me hit you with this. Scotty, Sandra, and I know I'm taking up too much time.
No, this was a good drop.
I want to get this in real quick. Nuwa, when you dropped that shit you did last week.
It was deep.
Last Thursday. Okay?
I think we need to re-show it again, to be honest, since our video got rudely interrupted. But go ahead, brother.
But I don't know if he heard what I was saying as a correlation to all of that. And I wanted to know in the science of what he was looking at, because I saw it scientifically. I understood everything he was talking about. Mm-hmm. Because I'm a scientific person.
He was bringing it too. And it was just rolling off the top of his head.
He was. Now, what I want to ask him is...
And he done dropped off. Get back on. Oh, I heard his phone died. Get back on if you can, nephew. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. What I wanted him to do is, as we have transitioned this evening, I want him to elaborate on what he thinks about what he dropped, and then Scotty showing the video of the topography, and then us talking about the ley lines, and then us talking about electromagnetism, all the things that we have talked about. And I know Brother Odel is waiting in the wings. See, I'm talking him up because y'all talk him up all the time.
Yeah, he's in the cut. He's coming up. We're going to play that video again tonight, y'all.
It's my honor to talk him up.
Yes.
Because I want to chop it up with him. But anyway, with that being said, I want to know what Nuwa, because when he did what he did last week, I was like, oh, okay, he got a little science behind him. You understand what's happening?
I was so proud of him. It was so
Yeah,
flawless. It was
that
just
was good work.
rolling. Yes.
That was good work.
Yeah.
That was good work.
Yeah, he flowed on
And
that.
with that being said, you know, and Sis Rhonda, you know me. You know, you made this comment a couple of weeks ago. You was like, oh, that's deep H2O commenting. I know how he speaks. And I was like, oh, she know me like that? Ooh, really?
Yeah, I
Okay.
know you. You've been in the
But
cut
you know,
for a few little
I've
years.
been in the cut for about 3-4 years.
Yeah. Yep.
Kept my mouth shut.
Yep. You've
'Cause
been
I've
dropping
I've
mad
been
knowledge for
doing my
3-4
homework.
years. Yep.
Because I've been doing my homework. Now, I don't like to get on here just talking crazy and just getting all in my feelings, because that's not what it's about.
No, it's
and
not.
that's why I brought up the thing that I said about my niece when she dropped that shit on me. Now, she's young. She's way younger than me. And
I love her for that.
I was like, how did she even know about this? However, you know who she reminded me of? She reminded me of Kels last weekend when Nuwa dropped that shit on us and she figured everything out.
Kels was on it, baby. Like, boom, boom,
she
boom. I was like, oh,
on it.
shit, Kels, get it,
On
baby.
it.
Yes.
And guess what I told her, sis?
What?
I said, you having a DNA explosion. She said, what is that? I said, the shit that's in your memory banks. I don't even want to get into these movies.
Right.
But the shit that's in your memory banks is now coming up.
Yeah,
now
because
this shit is popping up in your head.
She understood everything. And that's what I'm trying to convey to melanated women. This is your prime time. You have to step up and correct it.
Yes.
You have to step up and correct it. Now, there are going to be a lot of melanated women that are not going to want to do it. Let's be honest. We are, like Deep H2O said, we already know it's going to be a lot of people that's not going to be here. We already know. And it is what it is. I'm okay with that. That just means you don't need to be here. That's all.
Hey, sis, can you throw that Mexican map up again? Or can Scotty throw that map up?
Yeah, I have to do it from my...
Yeah. You guys wanted to talk about the military shit, and I would really like to get into that.
Okay, so what we'll do, if it's okay,
military education and training. Yeah.
So if it's okay with you, son Scotty, can we pause and pick this back up? I'm going to play the video from Nephew Nuwa again because it got taken down. Yeah, so we gonna replay that. Because it's worth another replay. Because even people in the comments was like, Sis Rhonda, I couldn't see the video. I'm like, I know, baby. We got taken out this, that, and the third. So let me try to bring up this vid again. We're going to play that. And then I'm going to bring up the map again. And we're going to go back over this.
You gonna bring up that Mexican map?
Yeah, I gotta go get my tablet for that. But I sure is. I have to blow it up. Because I can't blow it up on the PC.
We're going to run through that chamber.
Yeah, we're going to run through it again. So let me get Nephew Nuwa's video up again.
And get Nuwa on so he can kind of narrate it.
I heard his phone died.
Man.
Yeah.
His phone died?
Yeah, because he was saying he was having a lot of technical problems. So, Nephew, if you can, come back up. And I heard low battery.
Anybody else know how to navigate that? I can't do it. He did that shit so thorough. I was just I was just sitting there looking.
Yeah.
You got it. You got it, sis. You got the map up. You got the map up.
No, I don't have it up. Damn.
I see somebody got it up.
Let me go.
It's scrolling. It's scrolling. Somebody got it up.
I don't know what you looking at.
Oh, that must be Scotty. Man, say something.
Oh, you know what? I didn't have Zoom up. That still ain't the one I want though.
No.
Yeah, that's not the one from the Spanish people. That's just another map. That's not the one.
You see where it said Ocean of Poseidon?
Uh-huh.
You remember the movie Poseidon Adventure?
Yep. Yep. Oh, that's the map. See if you can blow that up, because I couldn't blow it up. The Spanish people's map. Nos.
It starts with an N.
Yeah, Nos Kafundran. If you can blow that one up, he just had it. All right, let me see if I can find nephew Nuwa. Drop that vid. Trying to find this vid. The link to that vid. Do. I know he put it in here again.
Sis Rhonda, I'll be right back.
Okay, all righty. All right, I'm trying to find that vid. So we're going to play this vid again. And shout out to Vibes of Cosmos. Because, okay, you back in. Nephew, drop that link to the video from last week. Let me admit you. Come on and drop that link, nephew. To the vid from last week with old boy. Damn, let me unmute you. You unmuted.
Yeah, I'm back.
Nephew, drop that link to the video from last week.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get to it.
Okay. Let me admit you. Come on and drop that link, nephew.
I'll do that in a second. Actually, I don't know. Come on.
To the vid from last week with old.
My connection's bad. There was a major storm in my area.
Okay.
And there's a tree that's dropped in the line of sight of my connection. So
oh no.
It's not even on my property, so I can't even do anything about it. I just gotta wait for the neighbor to move it. So
okay. Y'all, everybody's okay.
No, everyone's okay. It's just the tree literally landed on their house. But because my antenna is in a line of sight to the tower, it's ruined. So I can't do nothing about it. The wife's on me to go chop off more trees, and I'm like, it's not me though. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. So I just dropped
able to email it to us.
Sorry, what was that, Scotty?
Oh, wait, is this it? You dropped the link?
I just dropped it in the back chat.
Oh, you dropped it in the back chat. Okay, let me. Where's chat?
In the front in a second.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. You can bring it
all
up
right,
like
let
that.
me. And then.
Now, while I'm on here for the moment, Auntie, one thing I wanted
of the video
while I have it off the bat is that there's two forms of electricity that we're not taking note of. So we always say there's electromagnetism. But what we need to also note is called static electricity. So what's the difference between the two? Electromagnetism is the electrons in motion, and static electricity is the electrons in a static rest form. And basically what it is that the static electricity is really what's moving in the world. How can I say this? In the ocean, you can put a boat in the ocean and the water may be moving, but what's moving the water? That wave, like electromagnetic, we'll use the word electromagnetic wave is moving the electrons, but the electrons aren't moving. We were taught that electricity flows through the wire. Mm-hmm. What I've learned is that no, it actually flows on the surface of the wire. And that's where the electrons stay in terms of your static charge. When you wipe your feet together and you build up a charge, where is that charge held? It's held on the surface of your body. And then you go to touch something that has a different potential. It's drawn to that difference in potential. And that's what we're not looking at electricity properly. We're talking about electromagnetism, but we're not realizing what's actually causing that to move. And it's one thing I wanted to share, but I don't know if my internet will allow me to share that. So I see you guys are dropping the realm video. So
yeah, we're gonna drop the realm video, so that'll give you a chance to try to get your other information up. So
I've dropped my other information in the chat in the front side because I don't know if I'm going to be around to dialogue it, but I felt that one thing I would want you to go through, there is a book that I dropped, and with that book, it's more for the history buffs in the room. I'm more of a physician. I'm more of a physician, but the history side is where I'm learning from you guys. And this one book I found, and it kind of explains a lot. When I met Top Cat, he was asking who built the pyramids. This book kind of gives us a basic overview of the pyramids. All I really wanted the first 2 chapters. Everything else there is just laid out in basically the first 2 chapters. And one thing he also brought was who is the people from the Irish. This book laid out basically who are the Irish people and their relations to the pyramid in I find a very easy way to flow. I found the archive book version, and I've also found the the audio book for those who want to listen to it on an audio form. And I think it's worth a listen and a conversation at least. So I'll leave it at that. Okay,
gotcha. Okay, so nephew Nuwa has his own YouTube channel, Nuwa Censored. So go over and subscribe, fam. This vid is on there, The Realm. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead on and play this, and we'll come back. And then, Brother Odel, this would be a perfect time for you to come on back in so we can get it pushing again. So here we go, fam.
Shows a CD or a disc. He immediately draws the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid.
I think we're missing volume. Oh, no, I don't have it. Okay, no, somehow it's on.
We can see how he separates the oblate spheroid with a disc that has a hole in the center. Then, below he draws a circle with a swastika inside and immediately paints it completely black.
Nuwa. I want to break this down with you mathematically once it's done. You up for it?
Let's talk about it.
Okay. After it's done.
From this black circle, rays come out and 3 rays pass through the hole in the center. Below he writes, still, one of the possible meanings of this black circle may be the black sun. He draws reliefs on the edge of the hole and writes North Pole. And above this hole inside what would be the celestial vault he draws a star, the polar star or Polaris. He marks 2 points and connects them in a circle and writes, equator. He draws 2 lines that go down from the polar star to the 2 points. The lines form a triangle. He highlights 2 of the rays coming out of the black sun and also forms a triangle, but vice versa. And he writes, as above so below. It's one of the 7 principles of Hermes Trismegistus. It appears on the Emerald Tablet and then in the Kabbalion. He erases the intersections and draws the sun and moon. And he makes a gesture of rotation. He draws 2 arrows to show the distance of the moon and the sun.
Hello, Nuwa.
Check.
Both are 3,300 miles or 5,310 kilometers away.
You ready?
Listening.
Okay. We start off with the sphere, right?
Y'all want me to stop the video?
No, you can keep the video running.
Okay.
There's another link I wanted you to pull up afterwards, though, and see if I can. Go ahead, though.
All right. Let's start off with the sphere. That's 360 degrees, right?
All right.
At least that's what they tell us.
No, it's a circle.
Then he measures the diameter of the sun and moon, being the same with a diameter of 32 miles or 51 kilometers.
Our delineation of calendar years and all that stuff has been fabricated. So we started out with 360. Then we went from the the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which added 5 days. So let's add 5 to the 360.
He draws continents on the surface and on the other side as well.
When he introduces the compact disc, that he's showing right now, that's 360. But it's got a hole in the middle.
Okay.
So we have to figure out the circumference of that hole.
Why?
And because it's going to give us the key to what's actually being done. And that hole is actually 360.
He points both sides and writes same.
It's the same thing. So when he goes down below and does the
below, he writes Summerland.
That's the 360. However, when he comes up with the sun and the moon, Solomon, moon, Solomon. And then we have the fixed
He draws rays coming out of the black sun and writes
at a
Northern Lights.
Angle. Now we have our proper triangle. Now, this is the
center of the drawing is equal to the Mason symbol,
order,
which is a square and a compass.
How they do things, because the movies tell us anything in a straight line, that means man has been there. God doesn't create anything in a straight line. Sol, on. Soul and the moon. Now, we got the square and the compass, which gives us the 90-degree angle. So now we're able to actually
He points out the ray coming out of the black sun toward the moon, and then he erases the face of the moon.
It's fabricated. And that's why we're getting the symbol. So what he's doing now is he's showing us the terraforming that results in, if we go back to the Bible, this is the birth of humanity. This is how you give life.
He makes signs explaining that the sun doesn't light up the moon. Who does it is the black sun.
It's a good way of looking at it from your perspective. The best way I could say is if Angie could pull that video, I can more give a scientific explanation of how I see that this picture. Because the math of the circle, as you said, because of the Gregorian calendar, you're adding the time, but you want it to be mathematical. The circle is 360 degrees, mathematical. It's comprised of 490 degrees. As it turns out, we got that all get 360, so you can't do
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I don't care about the calendar. We just stick to physics. So it's 360 degrees for that circle. So, but if Auntie, if you could pull up the video, because what I've learned, what I've come to understand is that we're living in really a big capacity. We're living in a world that has two potential differences, and how we interact with that is what makes the difference. Because the black sun, what I'm coming to understand, is a electron emitting device. Because how we're extracting, how we actually get electricity is not how they've told us how we get electricity. The electrons in these atoms, copper, we use that to transfer energy. And we think about it that we're transferring energy through the wire. What I've learned is no, we're transferring through the surface of the wire. And how we were doing that is the electrons on the surface of the wire are being manipulated through an electromagnetic wave. And that wave is what we're registering as a pulse, as electricity. It's not actually electricity coming out of nowhere. It's you stimulating the electrons within the matter. And the wave of, sorry.
No, I'm bringing up, trying to bring up this vid anyway.
Yeah. The wave of that matter is causing, sorry, the wave. The flow is what we register as electricity. But it's not actually, how can I say, it's not something that is being formed out of nothing. It's really the stimulation or the push and push back. Okay, so what Auntie's putting up here?
The particle and wave, it becomes aware of itself by the observer.
Right. What I'm pulling up here is the device.
You ready to display? You want me to display it? You ready?
Yeah, when you're ready, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
I'm basing it on my internet connection. I can drop it any moment. So
okay, yeah, I got it. I was just waiting on your cue.
Right. So what I want to express with this conversation was the revelation of how electricity is being used, and how what I see as this world. And what I'm about to show you is what the device they use for radar. Scotty was just talking about the war, but this is the technology they're using to basically have their war, radar. And what it is the ability to use electrons to gather a electrical magnetic wave through those electrons that's strong enough to be sent out. That wave is sent out, it's bounced back, and they can register what's there and what's not. So what you have to understand, though,
I literally was about to get into that. Let me just say this.
Say what you gotta say. Say what you gotta say.
We were giving the Ukrainians some electronic jamming equipment, and that's all I want to say.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what I have Auntie pulling up here is they're basically going to tell you how the technology that they're using to form the beam for radar. But within this technology, it describes basically I'm saying, this is the newest theory, how this world we're living in. Because you have to understand, we live off the electricity principle, that ground has a certain principle, and we're basically saying the atmosphere is another what's the word? Potential, electrical potential. So we know the sky has electrical potential because we see the lightning bolts come and hit the ground. And we know that lightning bolt is thousands of volts. And what it really is that there's a difference in electrical potential between the sky and the ground. And based on how much electrical difference is there, the air can only withstand, because it's a dielectric, it can only prevent the flow of electricity for so long. And after a certain voltage, it breaks down and you get a lightning bolt. So
that makes sense. Okay,
so you guys are holding on. All right.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to walk this down as slowly as possible, but as fast as I can.
Okay, so you ready to get in the vid, or?
We'll go press play. I'll try to
okay, so just real quick so I can give people their credit.
Yeah.
This is from the Red Baron YouTube channel, and this is how is it klystron amplifier work? Okay, klystron.
Right. And just so you understand, this device is what was used previously, or still probably is used, for radar. They're taking electrons, magnifying the flow, and using the radiation from that flow to send out to the radar, just so you understand. But it's the science of how they're doing it. I just want to try to break it down.
Okay, let's get into it.
Okay.
All right, let me take off the sound, and here we go.
So I'm I gotta hear the
And this
sound.
is also
Red
technology
Baron
used
YouTube channel, and this is how
Okay, you're
they
getting mute up.
Radio waves with very high frequencies, so-called microwaves, special tubes are required. For example, the klystron. Consider a simple klystron amplifier. The essentials of this simple klystron are the electron beam, and two metal boxes known as cavity resonators. For example, the klystron.
Hold on, I gotta mute somebody because.
Andy, this is going to be hard because I can't hear what is being said to stop you when I need to stop you. So let me try. Okay, let me try it on my side then, and if I get cut off, we could just move on to another topic, and I'll try to come back in.
Okay, you're gonna mute on your side.
No, I'm going to take over the screen. I'm going to play it on my side because I can't.
Okay. Let me stop.
I can't hear it to talk to you to tell you what's going on.
Got you. Okay, I stopped sharing. So,
Okay, so I'm sharing. Hold on, I'm going to stop sharing again.
Okay, just making sure.
You share that
YouTube can see it. Okay.
So I'm going to start over again. I'm going to meet up here on my side. Come on. Oh, don't do this to me now.
I mean, it is my video. I'm just saying.
That's your video? Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
To generate
and blow up your screen all the way if you can.
Very high frequencies, so-called microwaves, special tubes are required.
Thanks.
For example, the klystron. Consider a simple klystron amplifier. The essentials of this simple klystron
The black sun.
are the electron beam.
Wait, say that again.
Wait.
Metal boxes known as cavity resonators.
And cavity resonators. Now, what I'm saying right now off the bat before I lose connection is this is the electron beam coming off of this device. I'm saying it's the black sun. Go back to that last picture you guys were showing about the
well, oh boy,
right? Oh boy, and he was saying about the black sun, and it's emitting something from the bottom, interacting with the top. This is the stream. I'm basically saying we are here we are on this plane of existence, and on this plane is going to have a potential of negative, and on this plane is going to have a higher potential of positive. And he's going to explain it, but it's just to understand this beam. The electron beam is going to be used to collect electrons on this plate. It's going to create a basically a capacitor, and I'll let it play out. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
The cavity resonators have a potential which is positive with respect to the cathode. Thus, the electrons emitted by the cathode are accelerated towards the first resonator.
And remember, our Earth has a hole in it, right? And I'm saying, if you can see my arrow, I'm saying this is our dome, and this is our ground and potential. Just understanding my thought and how this is working. This is your Polaris star and your black sun having their interaction, and
that makes sense.
And how the guy was saying how the beam is coming out.
Okay, so let me just explain. Move your mouse. Let me see if they can see it on YouTube, because if not, I gotta walk them through it. They can't see it, so let me walk them through it. So what?
We can see it, sis. We can.
Oh,
see
y'all
it.
can see it. Okay, cool. Okay, this is some good shit. Okay.
Because resonators have apertures in the form of grids, the electrons will continue until they reach the collector. which is at the same potential as the resonators. Therefore, in the region between the first resonator and the collector, the electrons would have a constant speed if it were not for the influence of the cavity resonators. In reality, the first cavity resonator is supplied with a weak high-frequency signal which is to be amplified.
Now, remember how they said they came and they took down what was running and they set something else up?
Yeah, what was running was the ancient trees.
Right.
Okay, all right. Uh-huh.
And the ancient trees would have their own frequency that we would say would be higher than
that is correct.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
What you're seeing here is that this realm is being injected a frequency, and it's setting up a certain pulse with the electrons. So just understand this for a second, because I'm going to say this realm has been injected now with a certain frequency that is going to be used to set something up later on.
Now,
go ahead.
Now, what's confusing me is based on, because this circle represents our realm, i.e. the dome, right?
It's going to be in the next slide. You understand it in the next slide.
Okay, I'll shut up then and let it roll.
I'm just trying to say that right now there's an electromagnetic pulse that is being injected into this area, into this cavity. Okay?
Got you. I'm with you.
Initiate an electromagnetic field inside the cavity. Due to this field, the velocities of the electrons passing through the first resonator are modulated.
They're pulsed or modulated.
On arriving at the second resonator, the electrons will induce there another electromagnetic field of the same frequency.
Damn, I got it.
Now, this is where it's theorizing, this is new theory. This is now where, as Odell showed us, where they have connected on the 55th pair, or the 55th or 53rd, I can't remember exactly, third parallel, that their coil, and they're extracting energy from their coil based on our frequency. You understand?
Right. Yes. So let me ask you this.
Come in.
Just real quick, and I got to go grab the tablet to bring up that realm to blow it up.
Okay.
But are we saying that it's either one or two possibilities, and I don't know which one. I'm open for both. Either one, this second device on the right, is that another realm?
You can say it like that. It's another coil, another realm. You can say it however you want to say it. It's something that's
no, or is that technology where they hijacked?
I'm saying technology, but we haven't know.
Can I jump in?
Oh, child, this is good, child.
I don't have anything on paper.
That second field is an electromagnetic field. That is your law of duality. This is the spectrum that we talked about earlier, that they are able to figure out how to present it to us. So it's all the same realm, but it's different spectrums.
I hear you're coming from, but what I'm getting at is that they have to extract energy to get more energy.
Exactly.
And these people are looking to extract energy, but they need our frequency to be pulsed at a certain frequency to get the energy that they want. So this is their energy that they want.
Did you understand what I'm saying?
Can you say that again? Because the only thing I'm confused about is that other extractor, the thing that's extracting, is it natural?
Yes, it's in the same field. However, it's based on the duality of your existence. Good.
Boom, got you. So would that be equivalent to the different types of density and the spirit and matter?
It's the perfect dichotomy.
It's
the same realm, but they separated it. So
that's the duality.
Transferred differently.
That's the duality.
You got the difference. You got the energy coming from the left, going to the right, and then back and forth.
So, in other words, when they talk about the duality, which these folks love their duality,
Yes, they do.
This is the science behind the duality,
This is the
and the
blueprint.
original realm. It was one, which is why we're supposed to be in wholeness and balance. It ain't balance. You're supposed to be whole.
Right. So this is how they separate it. Now, when you're looking at the picture, and Nuwa, you can interject and correct me if I'm wrong. When you're looking at the picture, it's unison. However, the picture is in duality. It's the same entity. This goes back to what Scotty introduced to before in the whole beginning, was the terraforming.
I'm gonna have to this is where I have to interject, because if you take away the second realm, the second part, there would be no interruption. This flow would not be interrupted. There would be the frequency would be whole. Whatever this it's being set up. That's what I'm saying. Something is setting up this pulse for it to be this frequency, and we know this realm is being terraformed so that it's comfortable for someone. It's something. It's being extracted so someone is benefiting.
Right. I think we're saying the same thing.
So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you all are saying the same thing. You're just saying it in a different way. You're just saying, nephew, that the orange portion of this, that's the extractor, and all H2O is saying is that they split the orange from the black. That's all he's saying.
Wait. Let me add on that. Let me add on that.
If our realm is supposed to be full, we weren't supposed to have an external frequency setting up our realm for another realm.
Say that again, son. Say that again. Nephew.
Full, right? If we're talking about being wholeness and power, right? So our realm is meant to be whole. This, you can see my mouse. This should never be there. This frequency that's being set
We're
up.
agreeing with you. We straight up agreeing with you. Yeah.
What I'm saying, this frequency then is only there to supply the second, this other realm. So if this realm, you're saying it's duality, was meant to be there. It's our second cousin in essentially. But I'm trying to say it's more of a cancer, because we remove this realm. That's only when our realm will turn back to our normal.
Okay, so you said cancer. How does cancer spread at the cellular level?
Wait a minute.
Right.
Wait a minute. Before you guys go there. Sis,
yes.
This is the binary code.
I agree. I'm with you.
This is the binary
It's
code.
negative, positive, true, false. It's the splitting of the realm.
Right, but I remember Brother Sean saying that when you put the 0 in between the 1 is when you get wholeness. They have split it, meaning there shouldn't be an extraction.
You're saying the exact same thing.
Okay,
we're saying, nephew.
All right, well then we'll move.
Yeah,
forward
you're literally saying the exact thing. All we're saying is that this orange came from the black, and it never should have been split. That's all we're saying.
The black is the female.
Exactly.
The orange is the male.
Exactly.
That's your 1.
That's your 1.
0.
Exactly. That's what we're saying.
Code.
Absolutely. Bingo.
Bam.
That's exactly what we're saying.
It.
All right.
Now you can complicate it. You can make it something else. That's okay, because that's what they do to us every day. They make it real convoluted,
right?
And
it ain't, and it's really not.
It's not. It's not. That black, the 2 circles that we see on the left, that's the female.
Yep, that's the original.
The 2 circles that we see on the right, that's the male.
Exactly.
That's the fabrication of your existence.
Yep.
That's the what do we call that? That's the genetic modification of what you exist in.
Right. And the original, it was just 1. So the original beings on the planet, it was no concept of man and woman.
Yes. And sis.
Yes, sir.
Because our whole entire realm revolves around that duality.
sis.
But that's terraforming, though. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
But down to the bees, though, they operate on the queen and her.
But you're still stuck in terraforming. Bear with me, H2O. You still stuck in terraforming.
So that means we have nothing left of the current realm of whole, as you said, wholeness. Where
no. What you're describing is terraforming, because the original you didn't need.
You didn't need the male seed.
You didn't need the male seed.
But that's how you reproduce. You need a male
patriarch. Why, Gene? Why? Why, Gene? We did not need the male gene. I know it's painful.
I'm a male.
I know it's painful. We did not need the male gene.
It can be separated. That's where the separation is. When you separate,
that's terraforming.
No. Complementary.
It's not complementary. It's terraforming. Why chromosome? Why chromosome? Why chromosome that is a broken off X and much smaller? You were not the original of the planet.
I'm not talking about the original. We're talking about supporting systems.
Okay, go ahead, brother. I'm finna go grab my pad too. Go on and get him together. I know, nephew, you always struggle with this, but we're gonna get you together tonight. Go ahead.
Struggle is because what you're basically saying is that the male, as you're quoting, it has no real existence. Yet still, it's
that's not what.
No. Let me finish, please.
That's not what.
What I'm getting at is that, as I said, the rose and the stem. You need the stem to hold the rose up. You love how the rose look. You look at the rose. Yes, you can cut the rose off the stem, but the stem was still needed to bring forth the rose. It needs a supporting system. The woman could do a lot on her own, but she needs a supporting system to help her do that. So I'm saying, okay, if you take away the male, where's her supporting system to do what she needs to do? Okay, she can do it on her own. Okay, but to say, I'm saying this is more of where you have the disillusion, how a male is not okay. We have males that act like boys. We have where say
that's not what we're talking about.
We're not talking about none of that. Sorry, I'm back. We're not talking about none of that.
We're not talking about that. Let me handle this.
You got it. I just stepped back in.
For there to be a mama, there has to be a father. That's what I'm saying. For there to be a mother,
nephew, you need to listen. Because you're at another emotional state. We ain't even on that. Get a brother a chance.
Let me holler.
So let him holler from the masculine level. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's what I want to say to you. And I'm going to try to keep this as respectful and do this as eloquently as I can. We have been shown biologically that we have species on this planet that are asexual, meaning that they can produce without a male entity. With that being said, that is an indication that there is a goddess amongst us that can produce life without your seed. That's a fact.
For there to be a goddess, there has to be a what?
Wait a minute.
No, nature shows you that. You're a gardener now. Don't sit up here and play with me now.
That's a fact.
You know that there's plants that do not need to be pollinized.
They don't need to be germinated by a male seed. They can produce their own offspring. That is a biological fact. Now, if we're going to go with that, if we're going to stand on that, we have to understand that in this ecological world, in this terraforming world, that guess what? Russia calls Russia, Mother Russia. Guess what? All the other lands of the world call their land. They call it by mother. What do we call nature? Mother Nature.
But if there's a mother, there has to be a what then?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So explain
Okay,
to us.
then.
No.
I don't
Listen.
understand that.
Explain. Wait. Listen. Because you are choosing cognitive dissonance at this point.
You want
No, I'm trying to understand where
okay, so understand the science. Take the emotions out of it. Understand the science.
I'm trying to understand the science.
Okay, you are a gardener, are you not?
Yes.
Aren't there plants that do not need a male partner to reproduce?
That's right.
Yes, Auntie.
Okay, so how you gonna tell us that in order for life to occur,
you gotta have a man?
No, I'm not saying you have to have a man. The concept that then you can't call it a mother then. Then there has to be something completely androgynous. There has no.
It could be androgynous, or it could be more accurately God.
Sis, I'm gonna get above this. I'm gonna let you handle it. I can't do this.
But Auntie, what I'm getting at, for you to have a male a representation and a female representation, regardless of when it came, before, who, and when, that prototype would have had to. The concept have to come from somewhere. I'm not trying to say the egg before the chicken. I'm just trying to say that it's a supporting system that has to be there.
Right.
Okay, well, Nuwa, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
I'm not going to argue that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not asking you to argue that. I'm asking you
because it means nothing at the end of the day.
System is the binary.
Yeah, and that's what he's stuck on. He's stuck on the binary because what you basically saying.
But I already explained the binary.
We didn't explain it over and over again, and we telling you it's terraforming.
Don't get it.
I'm saying that this red part is a cancer, and
the binary exists because we need that for this type of biological recreation.
This type of creation. This is not the original creation.
It's not the original, and it's not all. It's not all that exists. So,
in other words, man brought destruction to the world. Is that what we're saying?
Let me drop. No, I'm gonna say this to you.
They added an extra layer onto the chemical equation.
Scotty, hold up.
This is good, child.
Bruh. When they talk about in the Bible, wait a minute. When they talk about in the Bible, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, okay? What does that symbolize to you? Tell me. Tell Sister Rhonda. Tell Sandra. What is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? What?
You're not representing the woman in that equation. The Holy Ghost is in replace of the woman.
That's not what I asked you.
That's what I said, though.
What does it represent?
You asked me what does it represent to me. It represents an unbalanced equation because it should be a woman and child.
Let me share this with you. How the fuck you gonna have a father and a son and not have a mother, and then talk about a Holy Ghost?
I don't know.
Really talking about the mother, and you make her a ghost, a dead figure.
Again, you're not. From my perspective, the woman is put forth, yes, but she's put forth because the man is putting her forth. He's the pillar.
I already know.
The rose, there's a stem that the rose is lifted up off of.
You know what?
Situation.
I'm gonna tell you something.
To say that the man is not even is there or needed. I know things exist. Like, for example, the worm doesn't need another. There's sexes in worms, and they reproduce.
I love you like a brother, but I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate this bullshit, and I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these religious motherfuckers who be talking about the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, but then they leave the woman out of it. But then by default, they say, oh, well, you obviously talk about the woman. But hey, at the same time, we talking about a gay relationship. What the fuck we doing? Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, a spirit.
And we know you're not saying that, nephew knew why. You're struggling with where the man's place is in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I know that's where you're struggling with.
It's not the place. It's more to say is that it's not a necessity because you're saying, you're making the argument that it's not.
It's not.
It's not an argument. Bruh,
Nancy,
back to the
if we're put in the position of being the protector That means your position is not to be.
So you're still on the patriarchal colonization. You are. You're still supporting. Yes, you are. You have to be supporting that, but you don't realize you're supporting it.
No, I'm not supporting it, Auntie. I am putting. Okay, then tell me what the place is in the man's world. And what is he supposed to do then, Auntie? If he's not supposed to protect, he's not supposed to do anything else. Then what is his reason for existing?
Okay,
justifying.
That's what I'm trying to understand, Auntie.
Okay, so slow down, and pause. What do you think I've been talking about all of these years when I say get off the board has to be destroyed? What do you think I was talking about?
That's the men that got to be moved out the fucking way because it's not about a matriarch. It's not about a patriarchy. That's what she's talking about. Get out the way. Because all the while these men been handling this business, we fucked up. We got kids that being shot up, killed by the dozen.
Okay, so both of you gentlemen, pause.
Okay.
It's deeper than that.
Okay.
It's deeper than that. Because this realm that y'all talking about, this shit is done. Do you understand that?
Yeah, it's over.
This current terraforming, this shit is done.
Yeah.
The experiment did not work with splitting wholeness. It did not work. That is the metaphysics behind it. I'm going to say that again. The splitting of wholeness. Whether or not you want to call it feminine, which it is feminine, but since some men are still in their feelings, whether you want to call it androgynous, whatever the fuck you want to call it, splitting that to duality is an utter failure. It's not natural.
This is where now we get back to this diagram. I go to say that wholeness was here. Wholeness was the first sphere.
Right. So what are you talking about?
No, because you guys are telling me now this is male and female and binary, and I'm saying no, it's not. I'm saying it's a hijack. Because I'm saying the positive and negative is where your binary is, but this particular sphere, this part, this energy that's being ciphered here is something that is not supposed to even be here.
We didn't say that about 30 minutes ago.
That's where this whole conversation left on.
So you the one start getting freaked out on the man. No, the man has to be here. The man has to produce.
It's not about
the man has to. You have to have the thing.
I'm saying this is the wholeness here. This was us being whole.
What is that? Who is us? And what does that black thingy represent?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to split it between male and female. The realm, the beings that were here in this realm.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay, I'm not making it. That's what I'm saying. We're supposed to be working as a team. That's why I say when it's put as female, it is only this and the male. No, because we're supposed to be a team. As a rose, the stem is supposed to hold the rose.
Okay, so I agree with Theodis. Then it has nothing to do with male or female. Then so I'm in agreement with you, Theodis. Okay. You don't bring that in there because you straight wrong with your concept. So stick to the utter science. Because you're wrong on your concept on the male-female thing. I did not bring
it into male and female. That's why I'm saying I was trying to say.
Well, you started defending it because we were telling you how it was split, and you need the man. You're wrong on that. But let's get back to the metaphysics. To
hijack.
Go ahead on with that.
We are wholeness here. We are wholeness and power here. We were hijacked with a frequency that is supporting a hijack system. This hijack system is taking our energy and modulating in a way that they can collect it. If we didn't have this hijack here, we would resonate we resonate whole. Like I said, it was resonating by itself. It wasn't modulating. Only after they added the frequency did this whole realm start to modulate differently.
We agree.
This is where it went left, when it was the male and female concept brought in, because I'm saying no. This is our realm as a whole. This is something else that is hijacking our realm and extracting the energy from our realm. We know they're doing this. Brother Odell showed us that
Right, and we're not in disagreement with you on that.
Let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. So now we're here. We're seeing that the energy is being modulated, and because of that, I'll put the energy back on. Let me shut up.
That it is possible to extract.
We'll go back 2 seconds. Let me shut up.
You good, nephew. I'm with you on the science part of it.
The electrons will induce another electromagnetic field of the same frequency. This field is so strong that it is possible to extract a large signal from the second cavity. To understand this amplification process, it is necessary to study the behavior of a cavity resonator in detail. There is a certain similarity between a cavity resonator.
Now, right here. Does this look familiar?
Yeah, they showed that on that What's the Face show that I told you also.
Right. No, but
wait a minute. TP, I'll do one better, motherfucker. You out of here. You don't tell me what the fuck to do in my house. I run this shit.
God damn.
Oh, damn.
So now you the fuck up out of here. I granted you your motherfucking wish.
What happened?
We'll play back. We'll play that back. Auntie.
Yes, go ahead, play it back.
No. You remember the video we dropped a second ago about the realm? The realm video. This is the realm. Okay, I want you to look at this. Remember the hole in the center. Okay, your land is on the oblique spheroid. Right. Let's keep pushing. And here's the oblique spheroid opened up. This is where you get your the world underneath the poles.
And I'm a
okay. You gotta show the video next
again too, bitch.
So you gotta Nuwa, show the videos. Can you put them next to each other?
Which video?
Where you had the video last week, and we can look at it.
I gotta go. Let me push through this. There's a lot of explanation still. I'm just stopping this to get a visualization of the situation.
Just trying to, man, you thorough. I'm just trying to understand.
I know. I don't want to stop the flow. My connection is not proper. I can't.
Okay.
You good, nephew? Go ahead.
It's cool.
All right. So this is what I'm theorizing as how the realm is working. Okay. So
resonant circuit. A simple resonant circuit consists of a capacitor and an inductive loop.
Electromagnetism.
Now this is where I'm seeing where we live.
Electromagnetism.
The contains free electrons.
Electromagnetism.
Charging the capacitor voltage of this polarity means that many electrons are removed from the upper plate and an equal number of electrons are introduced into the lower.
Here we go.
So stop right there. So right now, this is what I'm seeing. The realm is how we set up. We live on a realm where our ground is negatively polarized and our sky is positively polarized.
Electromagnetism.
Right. May I just ask a quick question? This is great stuff. Can I ask a question?
Fancy.
Is this natural to the realm or is this the terraforming?
Now, this is where I got to throw it up and say, I don't really know. But
okay.
I know.
Okay. I know. So can you allow Deep H2O to put his...
Before he does that, let me just put in my 2 cents. What we had up and running was being held up by what we call the mountain North Pole, the mountain that got tear down. What they have now, I can't say is natural. What we had was, as you said, the tower, not the tower,
the trees and stuff,
trees that were held down. That was what was producing our energy source. Go ahead, H2.
Agreed.
Okay. With that being said, if he can juxtapose this video right here with the other video he did that showed that he did last week, we can solve the puzzle.
But hold on, let me go back. Let me just push through this, and I will stop back.
Yeah, we with you. But before, if you don't mind, before you get too far, when you show the donut, that's the exact same device that was shown in
You got it.
What I'm trying to say.
You got it. You got it.
That's the same. That device is what old boy showed in The Man Who Fell to Earth in Showtime. And I said, didn't I tell y'all that was the black sun?
Yes.
Did I not say that?
Yes.
That's all I want to point out. Go ahead on, nephew.
Where is Odell at?
I know. Come on, Odell. Let me email him.
Let me talk him up because we need to get him in here on this. And Brother Nuwa, put up the video you had last week, juxtaposed to this video right here, right side by side, because that's the only way we can decode this. We got to look at them side by side.
Oh, he will have to do
I can figure it out. Just let me get to the.
He want to get through this. Yeah, he want to get through this. Go ahead, nephew. And if we have to go back, we'll go back.
I have a screenshot. I know where it's at. Don't worry.
Now, while he's figuring that out, let me lace y'all with this.
But let me push through a second. But go ahead.
Let him give him a chance to push through to get his thoughts out.
Go ahead.
Capacitor and an inductive loop. It is known that a conductor contains free electrons. Charging the capacitor to obtain a voltage of this polarity means that many electrons are removed from the upper plate and an equal number of electrons are introduced into the lower plate. Thus, there are two charged layers. One layer has an excess of electrons and is therefore negatively charged. The other layer has a shortage of electrons, which reveals itself as a positive charge.
This is a static charge, not electromagnetic. Static. When it's not moving, it's
static. The
static.
electric field lines are directed away from the positive charge. If the capacitor is charged with the reverse polarity, the direction of the field lines is also reversed.
Okay, we with you. Very good.
And this is what I was talking about.
The displacement of electrons in the loop.
So hold on, before you get started, I just set it up. So in every matter, in the wires, I'll go back to copper, it has electrons in it. And that's what I'm saying. We don't pass electricity through the wire. What we're doing is we're stimulating the electrons within the wire. And that is where we're getting the electricity from. And then the static buildup of that electricity is the charge, the voltage on that wire. It's not necessarily in the wire, but it's more of the wave moving the wire. Like you have 100 volts, you have 100 pounds of pressure moving that wave through the wire. So the electrons move with that wave pressure. They may not move physically, but the wave pressure moves them within their circle.
Shoots an alternating electron current, which is symbolized by the variations of the green arrow.
Y'all hear what he said? Symbolism, green arrow. Guess what he's talking about?
Is that the aurora?
No, that's the female reproductive system.
Yeah, because NCAS said that. NCAS automatically said that's the womb.
That's the womb.
Yeah, the womb too. And if you want to take it like that, this is what? The portal.
No.
What do you mean
that's your hierarchy. That's your that's your patriarchy right there.
Patriarchy. If this is the womb, how is the child coming out?
Yes, that's your womb. So now we're getting a depiction of birth. This is how you give birth to beings, organic entities, ideas, everything.
Remember we said
where birth comes from.
The reincarnation of souls. Did we not say that it comes back down through that hole and goes back through that quote black sun?
You already know what's up.
Okay, but keep going, nephew. Keep going. We don't want to throw you from your thoughts.
You already know what's up.
Mm-hmm.
The magnetic field of the loop is out of phase.
See, didn't I tell you about magnetic fields?
What's that?
I told you.
At the
And
moment,
guess where the magnetic field is centered in?
the electric field
The
is zero.
womb.
Exactly. That's how they overthrew.
Damn. Here we go. Come on, sis. Come on. You know what's up.
A quarter of a cycle later, when the electric field is at maximum strength, the magnetic field is zero. There are two similar situations in one cycle at which the fields have the reverse direction.
Cycle.
Thus, the
That's
oscillation
the birth
which
drive.
started by loading the capacitor represents
That's
a
giving
single amount
birth.
of energy that is continuously exchanged between the electric field and the magnetic field.
Oh, electromagnetism.
Capacitor
No, it's two different things, though. The
No, it's not.
and the electric
They're
field
the
are two
same.
different things. No,
They're
they're
the
not.
same.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
they are.
The man just explained it to you.
Mhm.
Electromagnetism is when it's in motion. Your electric field happens 180 degrees afterward. That's the actual field that's moving it.
But it's still in motion. You just
No, it's
said
not.
moving.
No, it's
You
it's
just said
stopped.
moving.
The
Electromagnetism is moving.
Happens 180 degrees.
All right,
away
I'm
from the
gonna
actual
give you
movement
that.
happening.
I'm gonna give you that new wow. I'm gonna give you
Nah,
that.
it's not about, no, it's right here. It's not about me, bro. It's right here.
Okay. We good.
Right
Uh-oh.
here. It's not.
the oscillation
He
by
was
loading
breaking up,
a
nephew.
certain amount of energy that is
Sandra know what the hell I'm talking about, and so does
the magnetic.
my girl.
The
You know what
smaller
I'm
the
talking
value
about.
of capacitor, the inductivity of the loop, the higher the frequency of the oscillation, or the resonant frequency. With this simple circuit, a rather high frequency can be obtained because the inductance of a single loop is very small. To obtain higher frequencies still, the inductance can be further reduced by placing two or more loops in parallel.
Ooh, did you hear what he said, sis?
Mm-hmm.
In parallel.
Yep.
Resonant frequency
That struck a chord with you.
determined by the dimensions and shape.
Why did that strike a chord?
I'll let him continue.
Magnetic
Okay.
field
All right.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're
No.
unmuted,
Am I
sis.
unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
You know how they do in vitro fertilization?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
The embryo is shaped just like them circles you guys talking about. And they take a spear and they stick it inside the spear and inject it with whatever substance they want to put in there.
Facts.
And what are they injecting it into?
Another egg, a female's egg.
Uh-huh.
And that they can change, and that's how they make that's how they're going to make whatever they want as far as the human being is concerned.
Right. So in
You
other
know, 'cause
words, looking at this black sun, they could literally in vitro fertilize a being.
Yeah.
And
with whatever
have
they want.
Exactly. And have it pass through to
Into
be
that-
able to come
that-
through
that-
to
yeah.
the realm, right? So in other words,
Yeah.
spirits that shouldn't really be here. You see where I'm going with that?
They can manipulate
Yeah,
the
they
magnetic
said they
frequency to
hosted
keep them
on
in
us.
that sphere.
Yeah, a host.
They hosted on us.
Right.
A host, yeah.
Guess what they injected with? Estrogen. They
Estrogen?
and wait, hold up.
And
Estrogen.
testosterone.
And
probably.
where did they get the estrogen from? The black sun. This goes into
Oh, wait a
all the
minute.
shit.
That's why
Oh.
women's periods.
Oh.
Sorry, men. La 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 la. I gotta say period. Sorry, men. La 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 la. That's
Now
why
you got
women's
it.
periods.
Now you
Did
got
I
it.
not tell y'all that
menstruation
women's
cycle.
menstrual cycle is synced to that black sun? Did I not tell you that?
Now you got it.
Yeah.
And it's being manipulated through the
And wait.
magnetic frequency.
Now I need a
Brother
drink.
Brother Odell, I talked you up, and I got to take a drink because now you on the scene, crispy and clean, and I'm waiting for you to hear all this stuff we've been talking about.
Yeah, I don't know if he went to sleep. Po baby, I sent him a message.
But what Sister Sandra was just saying?
That was deep, sis.
Yeah, that fluid, that's the estrogen that comes from the black feminine.
It's probably manufactured estrogen.
It is manufactured, and it goes back to me saying, and I know it went over a lot of people's head when I said, women, your mission should not be on this plane to be a breeder. I knew what the fuck I was talking about. I knew why I said what I said.
You damn fucking right.
Dropping your frequency to allow being.
And I'm with you.
And I'd
with
imagine
you,
that's how
sis.
they did it.
And you know what? You the only person I can do this with. Man, I'm with you. We can cuss it up to the end of the day. I don't care.
Because if we want to keep it real,
I'm with you.
women didn't need estrogen and they didn't fucking need no menstrual cycle because they had what they needed in their bone marrow to reproduce. That's terraforming.
And sis, guess what they producing now? Guess what they producing now?
What?
They producing.
Well, right now.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Guess what they producing now? They're producing estrogen. They're trying to get everybody on board. Oh, get your hookup. We got you. And guess what? Guess what? In that whole erectile dysfunction shit, guess what they putting in that?
Estrogen.
Guess what they putting in that?
Estrogen. Estrogen. So men, let me tap on this. I can't tell y'all because I don't know y'all sexual business all the way. I'm just telling you what the ladies are telling me. And if you having problems, you know what I'm talking about.
Let's talk.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's too much estrogen.
They putting that shit in them pills. And guess what they do?
Women are getting cancer from it.
Wait a minute. Sis, Sandra, guess what? Guess what they're doing with the kids? Guess what they're doing with the kids?
Changing their sex?
They putting that shit in their food.
Yeah, somebody just dropped copper colored, said putting it in the food. It's too much estrogen.
They putting that shit in their food.
Why do you think that melanated women are the leaders in, I know black men, you don't know this. Melanated women, you do know this. We are the leaders in fibroids.
Leave me out of that group because I know about that.
It's too much estrogen.
I've been on that years ago.
It's too much estrogen in the system.
Yes, they're overdosing you.
Yep. And
I'm just saying, originally we didn't need it.
So that's that soy.
Take the soy out of it. Let's stay focused. Take the soy out of it. No. Sis, Sandra, please. Let me say what I'm trying to say. We understand that they're putting soy is a big component of estrogen. We understand that. Okay. It's a big component of estrogen. Anybody that don't understand it now, you know it. That's why you're not supposed to be eating a lot of soy. That is why they have a lot of soy-based products. I'm trying to get to a deeper meaning.
Okay, let's deep dive. Sis, let's deep dive. Come on. Let's get these niggas up off this bullshit. Let them know what's going on, how this shit is being handled, and how it's being done organically, thinking that they're eating organically, but they're being poisoned organically.
Oh man,
because I know. Wait a minute. I hear you talk about you got your garden, you grow your foods. That's you telling motherfuckers what to do.
Well, that's a separate story. It is what it is.
Dig in your crates.
They not gonna do it, and I'm okay with that. It's not me to control something, but I'm even going deeper than that, beyond that on this estrogen. Because I told you all this from the beginning. When we talked about that black sun, when I told you all that how reincarnation worked, I told y'all that.
Yeah,
and then somebody got in my comment section, you arrogant. I could be whatever the fuck you want me to be.
Yeah. You spilt the game.
Exactly.
You
I told you how reincarnation works, how it's recycling through that black sun. I told you that the black sun is responsible for menstrual cycles.
And then you put up a video with carnation milk.
Exactly. So
come on now.
Come on. The black sun is responsible for menstrual cycles, that means menstrual cycles weren't natural. Or am I incorrect?
No, you're correct.
So is that not a part of terraforming?
Yes, it is. It's maps. That's how you create maps.
That's what we're saying. So when we had the whole 30-minute argument, and that's okay, nephew Nuwa.
Did we do that for 30 minutes?
Yeah, it was probably 30 minutes because I walked away to get the little iPad. I expected y'all to have worked it out. I came back and y'all still on the same point.
We was still
and that's okay. It's all good. I still love nephew Nuwa. That don't have nothing to do with nothing. Exactly.
That's my man.
That has nothing to do with it. But the overall point I'm going to keep giving to you all, because folks are getting stuck with they're trying to recreate something that wasn't natural out the gate. That's what I'm trying to get you all to see.
Yeah.
All of it has to go.
Man, we got to get down with it.
All of it. It's deeper than y'all thinking the woman want to rule over the man or the man giving the women power. It's deeper than that. What I am telling you is everything that you see, from the plants to the animals, even down to the way we look.
Yeah.
All of it has to go.
Yeah.
If we're getting back to natural and raising up at a minimum to the natural vibration before the hijack happened. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If something is split, you can't say, I'm going to put it halfway back together. No, you either destroy it all or start over, or you put it back together and make it whole. That's what I've been trying to tell you all, and I had to ease y'all into this shit year after year, year after year. Now, ain't no easing into a motherfucking thing. This is what it is, fam. We're literally giving you the science, and everything we point back to is telling you that this realm, the way they have it set up, from the atmosphere to the electromagnetism, all of it is terraforming. And if it's terraforming, it's not natural and it's not in your benefit.
Check.
And if you allow it to stay, that means you are allowing something outside of yourself to control you. And it is controlling you not only on the spiritual, which is the most important, but it's even controlling your physical manifestation. And that is why I tell black women, you make the decision. They're keeping you around to keep birthing these souls into existing into a slavery prison realm. This is what we're telling you all. So when I say get off the board, I mean you literally have to get completely off the board. Because we can get stuck in the legality. We can get stuck into the male, female thing. We can get stuck into heritage. Those are still surface things. What I am telling you, when we talk about the age of Aquarius, the age of Aquarius I'm talking about is to turn the whole motherfucker over. Shut it down. We don't need it. Not the age of Aquarius to tune up the motherfucking black sun and give you a certain amount of peaceful years that they deem you gonna get of peace, but it's right back to the same fuckery and bullshit. That's called resets. You are being controlled from everything, every fiber of you. Until you wake up and look at the shit for what it is and take ownership of it and say no. And in order to do that, you gotta let all of that shit go. If you got a roach infestation, don't you go at the root? What fucking difference do it make if you kill the big roaches and you still got the babies running around and then you still got larvae? Don't you supposed to go to the source and take that whole motherfucking species out? That's what we're talking about. That's the level you're supposed to be on. You're supposed to be understanding and knowing what's in your best benefit and what's not. And it's not that hard. But if we want to hold on to these values, hold on to these things, these belief systems, you're going to get the same results. Come on back up, Deep H2O. Let me get the link for you again. You're going to get the same results. That's what I'm trying to say to you. And I have to keep jumping back and giving it to you all in spurts because I know some people get stuck. But when we're talking about spirituality, this is the point that we're at, fam. This is the point. This is what it is. This is the purge. Now, you have the choice. You have the absolute choice. If you want to roll with whatever reset they gonna do, because you want the technology, you want the robots, whatever the case may be, you have that right to do that. You absolutely have that right to do that. But I'm telling you, you're just gonna be reset again. That's all. And we're talking about the resetting of the realm. We're talking about the manufacturing of history again. We're talking about your very essence and your soul recycling back into the same bullshit and to the prison. And if that's what you want, that's not my business. Go for it. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm only putting the information out here. You use your own discernment, make your own decisions. So when I get up here telling black women, stand up, I know what I'm talking about. And those that get it, they get it. When I get up here and I talk about men, get your shit together or get left behind, you're going to have to humble yourself. Those that get it, they get it. And if you don't get it, that's okay. I respect that. We can agree to disagree and let's just move on. But there are souls in this realm. They don't have it to do no more. And I'm one of those souls. Only so much unnaturalness that I could take. And I did my cycle of the unnatural. I'm not doing it again. I don't care what the fuck they put before me, what the fuck they promise, sus and bruh. I don't give a fuck about none of that. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so let me get you back on Deep H2O. Where's the link? Oh, child. Go ahead, nephew. You on? Let me try to find this link.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I don't really got
All right, I'm dropping it Deep H2O. All right. Okay, Sis Sandra, go ahead if you wanted to put something on it. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I didn't want that soy stuff. I truly wanted the fam to understand. Oh, I see you putting it side by side now. I wanted the fam to understand what I was talking about because it goes much deeper than soy being estrogen laden. Yes, it is. Same with chicken wings. If you running around here eating all these chicken wings, literally where they're injecting them chickens at with estrogen is at the wing point. That's why another reason why melanated women are getting these fibroids. And the doctors know that. I've had doctors tell other melanated women that. I had a white man tell me that regarding estrogen in black women.
And the cow's milk too, Auntie.
And the milk, absolutely. And the cow's milk, absolutely.
No, the hormones in the cow's milk is not for the female's body. Thus, the body doesn't know what to do with it. So you get a fibroid.
Because the female body don't need that estrogen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It does that chemical structure of estrogen, it doesn't know what to do with. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to give credit where credit is due. Phil Valentine did say that. Now, he be on some other bull with his patriarch stuff. He's trying to get better, but I understand that's a different generation. That's how he came up with. But he definitely said that. He also said that menstruation was not natural. So now we should know why. So again, women, you're not put on this realm. That's the bullshit that you've been fed, that you're put on this realm just to birth folk. Yeah, and they're only telling you that so degenerate motherfuckers can come through this realm to keep kicking it.
You don't check them.
And in the process, you being disrespected. And I wish a motherfucker would. No, you ain't passing through my portal to turn around and tell me I'm less than you. Motherfucker, I'm going to take you out. And I might think about recreating your ass. How about that? That's the hijack. That entire black sun was laid on Mother Earth's birth canal to bring souls into this realm that do not belong. This entire atmosphere was created so souls that do not belong here can inhabit it. That's why there will always be conquering. Because these folks are not natural to the realm. They're not supposed to be here. They don't know nothing about wholeness.
That's why they need the 10 Commandments.
Exactly. They don't know nothing about wholeness. None of that. They don't know nothing about that. In their eyesight, there has to be a good and an evil. There has to be a black and a white. That's duality because they don't know wholeness. And until we get that, you're going to keep getting stuck. You can't make somebody be something that they motherfucking ain't. You can't make them do it. And that's why folks keep recycling in this realm and they won't stand up and change it. Because you keep trying to make a motherfucker do what just ain't what in them. And you could take that in any aspect in life you want to take it. You could take it at the higher spiritual realm all the way down to your day-to-day relationships. You can't make a motherfucker be what he ain't gonna be. If he's a degenerate, he's a motherfucking degenerate. Or she. So it's up to you. You have to make those discerning choices. And it's not no accident that, people are starting to wake up, specifically the melanated people, and comb through their bloodlines and get those specifics. It's going to be very important that you get those specifics. You have to set it straight, particularly women. Women, you have to stand up and say, no, motherfucker, this is not the story. This is not how it's going to end. This is not how this realm is going to operate and how it did operate. That's how this is stopped. Now, the hard choice is going to be, like Deep H2O said. I dropped the link, Deep H2O. Oh, let me unmute you. I'm sorry, beloved. The hard choice is going to be, damn, knew I keep dropping off. The hard choice is going to be letting a lot of motherfuckers go.
I'm here.
That's the hardest choice, letting a lot of motherfuckers go. Because women, no matter how much they talk shit about us, we want to take care of everybody. Even when it's not in your own best interest.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You need to let them hoes go.
Let they ass go.
Let's talk about it. Come on. With me and you, we about to get down with this. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because we about to get down with this, nigga. Okay? About to let them hoes go.
You gotta let them go.
And you know what? At the same time, you letting them hoes go, I'm letting them niggas go. Because guess what? They acting like they know back from the day when we was getting it on, and I would love to explain this to you. You was on at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
We was getting it on. I'm talking about in the 80s and the 70s. And you might be too young.
Yeah, I was just coming up in the 80s, but okay.
Yeah. With that being said, you know what? What we gonna do, sis, we gonna stop playing nice. Because I'm tired of this bullshit. And the only reason why I'm saying this, because you so nice with what you doing and what you explaining and how you giving these motherfuckers a segue to everything that's playing. And they don't figure it out.
They gonna have to or get purged. They're gonna have to.
Nigga, I'm tired. Didn't I tell you about the purge?
Exactly.
Okay. Guess what we're going to have to do? And I hate to say this because everybody in the chat room is going to be looking at you like, ooh, can we get a clue? Now, here's what I'm going to say. Man, we got to drop a whole bunch of you motherfuckers off.
Let me get
because
this water sip and look to the motherfucking side.
What we learned is that a lot of you motherfuckers don't understand what's going on. And it's real talk. Now, I ain't talking about Kel. I ain't talking about Sister Sandra. I ain't talking about Brother Sean. I ain't talking about Brother my man.
Who knew? Saturn. Oh yeah, son Scotty. Yep.
He be on that shit. He on Saturn. So I got to fly in the incognito and just find out where he's at. But at the end of the day, I know where all my folks are at.
Right.
And you my folks. Sandra's my folks.
Exactly.
Scotty's my folks. You all my folks. And for everybody that's listening on this feed, what you got to understand is we giving you everything you need.
Yep.
And if you don't get it, well, then I guess, as white folks says, there's been a crime committed. See, I'm not a rapper, and I'm not trying to rhyme, but I love my baby girl because she always on time. She be letting y'all know what's up, and y'all don't get it. But guess what? At the end of the day, y'all gonna get finished. It's gonna be that. She know what's up. You know what's up.
Right.
It's just like you were talking about before when my man did the graphic representation, and then we did the genealogical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the connection with that? Topography and genealogy. Did you see the connection?
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about your ancestry, and man, we're good.
Yep. Yep.
We're good.
Just shout out to sis Nonya. Women, if you don't hear anything else, and sorry y'all, my camera froze up on me. I don't know why, because I'm waving and all that and it ain't working, so I'm gonna turn my camera off. Women, if you don't hear nothing else, you can throw everything else I said out the door. Your mission is protect your portal. Protect your womb. At a minimum, if you don't understand anything else I'm telling you, protect your portal.
Do they understand what you're talking about when you said that?
I'm trying to.
I'm just asking.
Put it plain and simple. Protect your womb. You are not on this plane to just give birth to folk just to be given birth to. Just because you like somebody and whatever the case may be. That is your enslavement.
Tell them what you mean when you say protect your womb. I don't think those females understand that.
Well, I can't say. Oh, okay,
that.
let me talk to the women.
Okay, talk to them.
Again, don't be out here haphazardly bringing souls in this world. And I'm going to put it to you even deeper. You need a damn good fucking reason to bring a soul into this world.
Damn.
I'm going to say that again. You need a damn fucking good reason to bring a soul into this world. This is serious business.
Well, Auntie, back in the day, you couldn't just marry. You couldn't have sex with anyone. You had to have been married and had to go through a whole family process. So you were vetted before you even got to sex by the family.
And it's even deeper than vetting. I don't give a damn, although you are supposed to be doing that, but it ain't got the game that got so fucked up. That ain't even happening, especially in the melanated community. But bear with me because I want you to truly understand what I am telling you, women. Even if all the boxes are checked with the man, all of the financial boxes, you feel he handsome, you gonna have some decent looking babies, this, that, and other. He's gonna have stability. Is that still a good enough reason to bring a soul into this realm?
No. You see why I put these bras on Front Street, sis? You see what I'm talking about?
So, in other words, let me talk to the women. Let me talk to the women.
They need to hear you say this.
Let me talk to the women.
Talk to them.
Is that a good enough reason to bring souls into the realm, women? Why are you bringing souls into the realm, women?
Got Gucci.
Where are you spiritually? Where is the one that you're linking up to spiritually?
We don't do that no more.
In other words, you really need to have a good fucking reason to bring a soul into the realm. So when she put up protect your portal,
you clowning.
It can't get any more simple than that.
You clowning.
You have the power to change it all.
Damn.
Because in other words, sis, you are literally enslaving yourself.
She's preaching, females. Are you listening? Can I get a 1 in the chat room? Are you listening?
So if you don't get nothing else out of this, if you don't know what I'm talking about, all this spiritual stuff, I'm sick of this lady. She talking about magic. What the fuck is she talking about? These realms that know this. Protect your womb. You need to have a damn good reason to bring a soul into this realm.
Damn.
Well, think about it, Auntie. Slutting out now is okay. Having a list of people on your list is okay nowadays. So yeah, they're not following that principle of protecting their womb because it's
And it's even beyond the slutting out. Again, I don't care if that's the first time you done had sex. I don't give a damn about none of that.
Can I get 1s in the chat room with the females?
I don't care if that's the first time that you had sex. You ain't no hoe. Because not every woman is out here slinging her hoo-ha. That's not what this is about. We are talking about you have to, as a divine being, as a divine goddess that brings life into this realm, you have to have a very fucking good reason.
Damn. They're throwing up 1s in the chat room, baby.
And if you don't have that reason, then you know what you're doing is wrong.
Throw up them 1s, kids. You hearing your goddess speak?
You are enslaving yourself and you're enslaving future generations.
Throw up them ones.
You control it. So if you don't get anything out of this, get that. You make the decision. You control it.
Ouch.
And you have to have a very good reason. No man, no entity, no government should tell you what to do with your portal. You make the decision. And if a man wants to procreate to you, nigga, you gotta prove to me why you worthy, nigga.
Hey, sis, guess what I had a female tell me today? Guess what she told me? This is just to subscribe to what you've been saying. Guess what she told me? She was like, oh, Patrick, you know, I love you. Everything's wonderful. I'm doing better. She was having health issues. And she told me, she was like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I just want to be gone. And guess what? Goodbye. And guess what I did? I didn't say nothing. Because you know what? That was my goddess talking to me. I did her wrong. I wasn't right with her.
Okay. You already know what it is.
I didn't have the correct things going on. So when she told me that, I was like, all right, I'm going. I'm going.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why I can share that with y'all. Because that goes back to everything that you're talking about. It's about, nigga, be real about what you're doing. Be real about what you're talking about. And then if you get fronted off with all the bullshit that you're dealing with, then you got to handle that.
Yeah.
And guess what I did? I handled it. But guess what? I love my goddesses. I love you. I love Sandra. I love everybody that be talking, Kels, everybody, man. I'm with that because I know what it is. I know what's happening. And see, I can't be a captain without it happening. So at the end of the day, man, I just gotta be captive.
Yeah. Okay, so brother, let me pause you for a second. I do want to get into a little bit more, and then nephew, I'm going to, if you want to continue on, ultrasound. I don't know what you on. Only have children if you need help around the house. I don't know what you on tonight. I think you need to rethink that comment. Because that ain't making logical sense to me. Okay? So, you may want to rethink that, beloved. Because that ain't what we own. Okay? So, with that said, women, that's all I have to say about that. It's time for you to take back what's yours. Not time for you to be asking for a motherfucking thing. It's yours. Don't matter who don't like it, who got an attitude about it. None of that.
Stop being Cinderella.
Take back what's yours. Make the decision. That's just the way it's going to be. Make the decision. You come first.
Self-worth.
And anything you do beyond that, you are enslaving you. You are enslaving your future generations. I know that's going against what you've been taught. Specifically, the black women. I know that's going against what you've been taught. And you've been taught that for a reason, to suppress you. And you're being suppressed because if you fall into your natural role, it would flip the entire realm from being unnatural to natural.
Facts.
So as long as you stay suppressed,
Victims.
the longer the fucked up the realm will be. You make the decision. This is yours. Do you understand that? This is yours. No man was supposed to be making no decision about no motherfucking land. That's how the indigenous people across the planet got their asses handed to them. This is yours. Get up and do what you need to do. Protect your portal. Shut it down, ladies. All right. Okay, nephew. So, you want to, it's on you. It's all about you.
No, not today. So
I know you was like, oh, now, auntie, you want to say it's all about me. Okay, however
right.
you want to move from
Gotcha.
this point forward.
Like I said, my connection is not 100.
That's okay.
Young man wanted me to post up the two pictures. If he wants to go through it real quick, we can do that if you would like to.
Yeah, it's up to you, baby. You let me know. I see you got it side by side.
I did that as a terms of request. For me, I came really to really show how this realm or electrically is being manipulated. As I said, there is two forms of the electromagnetic and the electrostatic. And the electromagnetic is when the static electricity is moving as if you're moving in a wave. And that is when you actually perceive as the magnetism that we feel and we perceive when the electricity is on a move. But that happens only after it's moved 180 degrees. So what I'm getting to is same with the Buffalo shooting. If you look into it a little further, you hear rumors that the young man that got the security guard that got shot.
I'm glad you're bringing this up. And you're displaying now, nephew. It should be coming back up. But go ahead.
All right. The man that got shot, they rumored that he was dealing with electric cars, and really what it was he was dealing with how to convert electricity to break down the water molecule into hydrogen. He was studying the science of a young man called Stanley Myers. Mm-hmm. And basically all they're doing is they're taking a high voltage potential. And basically what we call that is a capacitor when it's between two dielectrics. And when you put it in water at a certain voltage, it breaks the covalent bond of water into the two parts, hydrogen and oxygen. And that's how he is running his car on water. As again, I believe the reason if it's true that it was a conspiracy, he got shot because of what he was doing. If that's true, I believe it's coming because what Brother Odell's keep telling us is when you go for these patents, when you go for these documentation to say that you can converse on their land, you enter into agreements that you don't really know what you're agreeing to. And I feel that every time these inventors want to capitalize or monetize this nature, they want to because this is nature. This is all it is nature. It's not their shit. They just have the understanding of how to do it, and they're trying to monetize it. The government comes and something happens to these individuals. So if anyone's dealing with this energy, this technology, it has to be done on an open, free market. Because the minute you go to apply for these documentations and you put your name on a piece of paper and saying, I want the government's protection, you get their protection. They kill you straight up. So go ahead.
So just to be clear, because I know you, I guess we spitting too much, child. Now the bots coming in.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I know what's going on.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I just want to make sure I understand you correctly.
Right.
Thanks, Sis Kales, for getting rid of that. So, the recent tragic event that happened,
Right.
there was a melanated man
Correct.
that got taken out in that, and I'm trying to talk in code, y'all, because I don't feel like having to chop up this video.
Got touched by
he got taken out. So supposedly he had an invention where he could have a car run on water, right?
Correct.
Now, did he apply for a patent?
That's what he said he did.
Okay, that's what he said he did. I actually had the video.
Right.
I think Sis Divinity. Somebody else sent me the video. I'm sorry, Sis.
We're probably seeing the same video, Auntie. You know how we have that.
I know. Yeah, somebody sent me the video. So he said he had a patent, and so what you're saying, which you're basically bringing that fire, that anytime you go and you get into contract with them people, because isn't a patent essentially a contract that you're going to monetize on your invention, and you don't want nobody else to monetize on that invention, and your protection is going to be under the jurisdiction of said government, right?
Right, you're talking sweetness in my ears, sir.
Okay. I just want to I'm just relaying what you're saying, so just to be honest.
No, exactly what it is.
Okay, so we can make sure the fam understand.
Right,
so,
and it's going back to Odell's Assess to Q trust, where you're putting yourself in bondage with these individuals, and basically your intelligent property becomes theirs, and you don't realize
Exactly. So the moment that he went on and applied for that,
he was a dead man.
Because he pretty much put himself on notice. Now, that's not the first time I heard about somebody running a car on water. I heard a dude do that before. It was a Caucasian dude. And I supposedly and allegedly, I got to throw that in there, just like supposedly and allegedly, that's why the melanated man was taken out. That Caucasian guy was taken out also because of that invention.
He was trying to do it. His name's Stanley Myers. He was trying to do it on the backs of being a patriotic American. And his logic was that they were going into an oil embargo because they were in the war, and they needed. He was in the trucking business, and he saw that if they lost gas, right? He explains it in his lectures, his first lectures. He explains everything. So he's in the trucking business. He's a corporate millionaire basically, and he's seeing that his trucks or the business that he's with, it was trucks, and they're not operating because they don't have any oil. So he's like, okay, what do I do? He takes his foundation, his money, and he does the research to develop the technology basically to extract the hydrogen atom from the water molecule.
Dang.
And as I said, that science is basically related to what I'm showing you on the claustrum diagram, where there's high electrical potential on both the negative and positive. And in between that region, that static region, the voltage is doing the work of separating the molecule. It's not the electricity as you're pumping electromagnetic energy into it. No, you're creating a static field that has that energy potential, and in between it, it's doing the work of extracting the molecules, because the covalent bond is electrostatically controlled. So if your electrostatic is stronger than the static that's holding it together, it's essentially going to pull it apart. And that's how he's manipulating it. He's basically putting a high electrostatic field within water, and it's separating the molecule, and that's where he's getting the hydrogen from. Hydrogen has 3 times the energy potential as gasoline.
Sure does.
So what the real problem is retarding the hydrogen molecule to the burn rate of fuel, regular fuel. And all he does.
You're smart as fuck, nephew.
No, I'm not. I just say a lot of shit.
No, because the way you break it down, every time you go into breaking these down, you basically give me more clues. I know you've seen this video. It's on YouTube. I know you've seen this, nephew. Remember when old boy showed how he could create a star? And in that video, he created the star by...
yes, I know what you're talking about. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, wasn't he doing that in water, or am I mixing it up?
It wasn't water, and I think, if I remember correctly, he was using sound frequency at a high pace, and he was hitting it from different cardinal points. Let's say 4 points. Let's call it that. And because it was resonating in the middle, it basically was igniting the hydrogen molecule within the water, creating the light.
Okay, so how is that different from what you're explaining? And you know I got to go pull this video, right?
It's not. It's the same principle. It's just being utilized in different manners. So they're just showing you how to do it in different forms, basically.
And because that video is called how the stars are made, or something like that, or the birth of a star.
Right. And they're hitting the water molecule from different sides, and I believe it's with sound energy.
It was with sound.
Right. And what you have to understand, sound energy is an electromagnetic frequency that's being propagated through space. So understand that it's an electromagnetic wave that they're manipulating. And I said before that the water molecule is comprised of oxygen and hydrogen. When it's combined, the oxygen molecule is negative and the oxygen is positive. So
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to break your thought.
That's fine. So with the electromagnetic wave that is propagating in the water through the sound, it's flipping the molecule essentially. And by the time they hit the right frequency, the right amperage, they can break the molecule bond.
Okay, so bear with me.
No problem.
Now, based on what you said, because I'm trying to look for this video too, y'all. I know I played it for y'all before when we got on the vibe stuff. Now I'm going to have to play it again. Based on what you just said, that means, it's called collapse a star underwater. Right. So based on that means that, remember in the Bible, what did the Bible say Inky said? And I got to say Inky because now we know the names.
Let there be light.
Exactly. So wasn't that equivalent to giving you the science of setting up the realm? The terraforming. The terraforming is what I'm trying to say.
Turning on their equipment.
Exactly.
Turn it on.
Exactly. So I just pulled a vid. Do you mind if I play that vid? Okay. Okay. All right, fam. We fencing to play this video again. We played it before. I just dropped the link in the chat, so bear with me. Hold on, y'all. Let me bring back up this screen.
Can I add in?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Deep H2O, while I queue up the video. Why is that doing that?
All right. Can I?
Okay.
Can I add?
Yeah, go ahead. I just dropped the link in the chat, so bear with me.
Can I add on while you doing that?
Yeah, I said that about 5-6 times. Go ahead, beloved.
Okay, so what my beloved was saying. Okay, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we're getting feedback. I don't know if that's nephew.
You're not for YouTube. You can hear YouTube. No, I'm muted on my YouTube.
Okay, so here's the feedback I wanted to give. In what
is that you? Let me go on mute. Go ahead, beloved.
Okay. So with what Nuwa was saying.
That's you, but you got something else open, but go ahead.
Oh, let me close something.
Getting feedback. I don't know if that's nephew.
You're not for YouTube. You can hear YouTube. Mic check.
Okay, come on, brother.
No, he dropped apparently.
Okay, well, all right. Let me try to queue up this vid, fam. Child, bear with me. I don't know why I dropped it in the chat and it don't want to act right. I don't know why I'm saying I don't know why. I know why. So, because I want y'all to see this. Because it's the same concept that Nephew has been explaining. Which this is good. I'm glad we're going over the science or the technology of this. Because once we understand this.
I got it, Auntie, if you want it.
Oh, you got it up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Because I was getting ready to copy it to notes. And because I couldn't get the link to work for whatever reason.
I'm up right now if you want it.
Okay, let me get back up the screen. Yep, I see you. So hold on a sec. Don't play it yet. Don't play it yet. Okay, let me display. Oh, shoot. Doing everything what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. Hold on. Let me take sis comment off. Let me just take it off and then I'll come back. All right, Nephew, we ready when you ready. Thank you.
It's a process called sonoluminescence.
The first time I saw sonoluminescence was in a darkened room. I was transfixed to look at this spherical flask of fluid. And you look into the center, and in the center see a glowing blue-purple light, which could be seen with the unaided eye. It looked like a star in the heavens.
Seth Putterman called it the star in a jar, a tiny spot of bright light contained in a flask of liquid. This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this...
Wait, you see the two coils, Auntie? Just back up 1 second.
Sound wave
makes
the bubble.
Back it up, Nephew.
Y'all see the two coils?
Ciao.
Right. Keep pushing.
Liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First, it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
Now, if I go back 2 seconds, you'll hear it again. It heats up. Come on.
Inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First, it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star. What made the phenomenon so exciting was the temperature of this star in a jar. On its surface alone, the light burns at tens of thousands of degrees. And Seth Putterman now contemplated a tantalizing possibility. Could the core of the collapsing bubble be even hotter? Hot enough for fusion?
One of the mysteries of sonoluminescence is to determine exactly how hot the interior of the bubble gets. In the sun, the interior can be millions of degrees. hot enough to cause fusion. And the thought crossed my mind that perhaps inside the collapsing bubble, the interior of the bubble might also get hot enough to cause fusion.
If so, this would be something truly amazing. By simply bombarding tiny bubbles.
Can you just right quick, nephew, back it up just a hair? When he said something, he said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, this one.
Fusion.
Okay, write that part when he said fusion.
Hot enough to cause fusion. And the thought crossed my mind.
Okay, so
Collapsing bubble.
just real quick, if you can pause for me. If you all are watching the Showtime series, The Man Who Fell to Earth, that device that he is trying to recreate, it was exactly like the circle device or the circle or the donut circle that Nephew Nuwa showed you tonight. And I told y'all then it was the black sun. And that device, he told the people, fusion. That's clean energy in the most powerful form that has ever existed on the planet.
Auntie.
Yes, sir.
Stanley Myers talks, when he goes through his presentation, he talks about that exact same, the fusion or the amount of potential energy that's within the splitting of the atom, the molecule, basically. When the hydrogen and the oxygen separate, if you're able to keep them from coming together, they do exactly that. It will either try to get more energy or it will collapse on itself. And he explains that within his presentation. So the fusion that they're talking about, exactly that, to separate the molecule, to extract the energy from its raw form, which is the electron or the molecule itself, when it's unstable.
So just to be clear, does that not mean that they already know how to make energy out of water through sound? Do I have that correct, nephew?
Yes, Auntie.
So they already naturally know how to do fusion energy, clean energy.
It's called cold fusion. Yes.
Okay.
It's simply the potential energy that's higher than one side, and when you put water in between those two high potential energies, it separates the molecule. How you manipulate the electromagnetic frequency, you'll do the molecule whatever it wants. You can manipulate how you want it. Like one thing Stanley Myers talked about is when you put when the molecule is separated, the hydrogen and the oxygen, you can essentially infuse it with more energy by hitting it with black light. He calls it a laser. Add more energy to the molecule, and at that point, it's even more unstable. And when when you light it off, it's even more reactive. And again, when it implodes, it's even more reactive. So again, you can add more energy when it's in a unstable form. He's already stated that in his presentation. So yes, they know about this, and I believe it started off with Tesla, because Tesla.
Yeah, I agree.
Tesla gave them the mechanics of how to create high intense voltage in a small package, basically.
Okay.
From Tesla, all this technology is coming from.
Okay, so and just to take it back even further, those of you that rock with the Bible, when they said in the Bible, let there be light, that was just code for sound frequency. First of all, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's back it up. First of all, they had to terraform the planet from the natural state of having the trees, the silicone-based trees, which created a different atmosphere.
Different frequency,
and we didn't need as much water if we had water at all. Now, I don't even know that.
It may not be in that form.
It would have been a different type of water. I totally agree. Thank you, nephew. We flowing. We're here. You can't see me doing the here, the eye to eye contact.
I got you.
Yeah, we're here. So That means when Enki Nim came and did their terraforming, cut down the ancient trees, their technology was fusion.
Right.
That was their technology, fusion. That's what the black sun is. Fusion. So when in the Bible it said God was separating the waters
from the waters.
That was terraforming, changing the environment.
Right.
It was providing the type of density water that they needed to create the atmosphere and of this whole ecosystem that we see today. So once, I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it's how they even manipulate the water, not the water even itself, but how they're manipulating it. Because remember, water holds memory.
It does, but remember when they cut them trees down and they did that mining process, they backfilled it with water. So what we don't know, and we can only guess, is that it was some type of different composition of water and much more water. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They call it heavy water.
Yeah.
That's what they use to do hydrogen bombs. Matter of fact, when Hitler, he was
y'all dropping it tonight.
He had a trainload of heavy water, and they sunk it because they knew back in that day, in the 1940 something, when Hitler was running around, that if he got the heavy water, he would make high fusion energy, and that would make a hydrogen bomb.
Where was he getting the high water from? Yes, Shibi Avatar is right. Where was he getting this?
I don't know if they said what he was.
Oh, damn.
They just talked about it.
I think nephew just gave the answer. He said Antarctica. I'm gonna roll with that.
That's submarine. That's where we know those waters are at.
Yeah, I would roll with that. So
East them to Antarctica, we do.
Yeah. Oh, sis Nonya said H3O. Damn, y'all bringing it tonight. Y'all in PhD mode.
Yeah, they had it.
So, with that said, let's get back to this terraforming and what they telling you up in that Bible. So they get the environment ready. They cut down the trees. They backfilled it with water. Changed the composition of the original water. And once they hit it with that frequency, and when in the Bible, when they said, let there be light, that is code for, I'm going to hit this with a sound frequency.
Auntie?
Yes.
I remember somewhere that it was said that the oceans were not solidified. There weren't salt. That something happened and they became salt.
I read that too. That's exactly what I read, nephew.
Now, what I know about salt, when you add it into water, it makes the water more conductive.
Yes, that is correct.
So let's now put that all together. When they came here, our realm, our cavity wasn't able to sustain their technology. And they needed to terraform it so that they can extract the energy from this realm. And they needed our water to change form.
Wait a minute, baby. Wait, say that again for the slow ones in the back. Now bring it on home.
God damn.
Say that again. I hope you remember it. Damn, I hope you remember what you just said. Say that again.
What I'm getting at is what our realm was, we didn't have salted waters. They had to terraform this realm so that it was more conducive to their existence. And as we just all know, we had heavier water. So somehow they have salted our waters to the point where now we only have H2O instead of H3O, let's say like that. And now it's able to, as I said, the salt, when the salt is added to the water, it makes the water more electrified. Electricity can pass through it more easily. So before our water can be easy, or our realm, let's say that, can easily be manipulated through their electromagnetic fields, their energy source, whatever it is, their technology. They had to shut it down because it was off of not crystal, it was silicon.
Silicon. Mm-hmm.
Right. They had to shut down our silicon-based realm and now prop it up with their carbon-based realm. To the point where now.
Go ahead.
Now, where, like I said, our water is now solidified, has salt in it. And as again, the only reason why we put salt in water when we're talking about electricity is to make the water more conductive.
Damn, why isn't my explosion working? Damn you, explosion! Any other time it's working. Let me give you your bomb because I know they gonna be sad that they put out that the man who done straight up fell from Earth. I know they gonna be pissed that they put that out, baby. Because we didn't crack the whole motherfucking thing. Because I told y'all in the series, the man who fell to Earth, he was coming to reconstruct his black sun, and he said his planet lacked what? Water.
Oh, that makes so much sense now.
Yeah, he said his planet lacked water, and he also said, well, you know this gonna happen to y'all too. So in other words, he was saying that this black sun is gonna break down here too. And haven't I been telling y'all that for years that motherfucking shit was breaking down?
Right.
So you've pretty much solved it.
Because Auntie, remember I was showing you the loop. If there isn't what's called a dielectric, if there isn't a medium in between that can restrict the flow, you basically have a dead short or you have no flow. So if he doesn't have water, they don't have exactly that. They don't have the necessary dielectric to run their machine. Right, because the machine depends on the water to run, right? Yes, correct. It's used as what's called a dielectric, a medium in between the high potentials that will separate. Exactly, and that's what they say in old boy say in The Man Who Fell to Earth. Right. He said that's why their planet is dying because they don't have the water, and because they don't have the water, this device, this fusion energy device, i.e. the black sun, cannot run. And let's go a step further. They tell us about Mars. Mars was a colony long ago. Mars doesn't have what, according to them? Water. Child. We ain't come to play with y'all tonight. So they fucked with our water, changed it over to water that... That's how they colonized. Yeah. Let there be light. They couldn't have light in our water before. They can conduct their... We didn't need it. We didn't need their shit. Right. We didn't need it because our version of water, number one, we didn't need a lot of it because it was more dense or heavy water. Right. So we didn't need all of that because we had the natural ley lines, which were the ancient tree roots, them crystals and stuff. Yeah. That was our light. Right. So do y'all understand when I tell you all that all of this shit gotta go? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about at the technological level. And when all of this shit goes, that means the total realm is gonna be totally different. Right. And that's what I was saying about how they're injecting their frequency. They need us to have this. Okay, the fear. Let's say it like that. We should be resonating on a frequency of unconditional love, period. But we're not. We're stuck in a frequency of perpetual fear. Right. We just came from Rona, then we went to a war. Now we got monkeypox. Now we're having. Child, it's always something every week. We just had two mass shootings. It's like whoa, and that's what it seems like. They're trying to maintain that particular frequency of absolutely as they scramble to try to figure out how to repair their device, i.e. the black sun, either repair or replace it. I mean, don't y'all notice that the actual sun in the sky, don't y'all notice that shit look different? Don't you notice the moon looks bright as hell sometimes? Holy shit. You broke that down on the moon last week. But I mean, don't y'all see that the sun, it ain't round and yellow like it used to be back in the day? And if you get the right cloud density, you can actually see the circle and is the moon or is the sun, sorry. You can actually see the circle itself, not the shining ball of light, but just the circle.
That motherfucker is white now.
Yeah.
That's not the same sun that I grew up with. That's because their device is shutting down.
Right.
That's a good question, Emma. And actually, nephew went in on that last week. Is that why we have climate change, aka repair the sun? You want to put something on that?
I'll say, no, it's more of the whole climate change is their realm, the whole structure of the realm, the whole sun and the moon. It was always been, that was the climate change from then. We were just living through it, as now we're coming to understand it as, hey, climate change. Hey, look around, climate change. But no, since they put the moon and sun in, that's been our climate change. We're supposed to be at the equator, the temperature of the equator. We're supposed to have that.
Exactly. Yep. She got it. Wow. Yeah. We're supposed to naturally be in a, not even tropical. It's just supposed to be perfect temperature.
Right. No, we should not supposed to have like this. The light's not supposed to really go down. We're just supposed to have a perpetual oneness in a sense. We're not supposed to see the duality, as you said, the darkness.
Exactly. So I'm going to try to clarify it. I know we probably rambling. I apologize, beloved. So they're telling you it's climate change so they can repair, and you can say repair their sun, which really, when you think of sun, I want you to think of the black sun, because now you should understand that the black sun is what creates what you're seeing as the sun and the moon, because it's refracted light.
It's
so
like
yes,
look at it like a hologram.
Yes. That's them trying to repair that.
It's right in front of you. This guy's created what he's calling a sun through sound waves in water.
Exactly.
Again, you're looking at the sun right now, how they're doing it.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to pull this video.
Yeah.
Yeah, this video is telling you how their technology works.
You saw the two coils outside of the dome.
Yeah, you want to run it back, run it back to the beginning so folks can get it. Because y'all gonna learn that did this.
Well,
the black sun, it's not that it's evil, sis. It's just technology.
Right.
It's technology that we never needed in this realm.
And they're not telling us about.
And they're not telling us about. Excellent point. So you want to explain this through, nephew, what this device is?
Well, from what I'm seeing, it's two electromagnetic coils, and they're setting up what we know as what's called a standing wave. And what a standing wave is an electromagnetic wave that when it meets in the middle, it imposes itself on the opposite wave. And when it does that, things happen. So basically, they're manipulating their electromagnetic field to bring a standing wave, which creates what they're calling a sun within the water. Do you want me to start from the beginning?
Wherever you want to start. I just wanted you to explain that to the fam, because I think now that we done went through all of that, if we replay, so if you want to start it right where you're at, that's cool.
I was transfixed to look at this spherical flask of fluid. And you look into the center, and in the center, see a glowing blue-purple light, which could be seen with the unaided eye.
Now, I can't speak exactly what he's doing, but what I believe is happening is when he's pulsing it with the electromagnetic frequency, it's separating the molecules at that particular point, and then the hydrogen molecule is collapsing upon itself, essentially. And it's igniting, or it's imploding within that area. And they're maintaining that field with their electromagnetic field.
It looked like a star in the heavens.
Seth Putterman called it the star in a jar, a tiny spot of bright light contained in a flask of liquid. This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First, it expands.
Now, and I believe that the expansion is when the covalent bond is breaking down.
Then collapses. And this collapse happens so violently
That's a little exaggerated.
that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star. What made the phenomenon so exciting was the temperature of this star in a jar. On its surface alone, the light burns at tens of thousands of degrees. And Seth Butterman now contemplated a tantalizing possibility. Could the core of the collapsing bubble be even hotter? Hot enough for fusion?
One of the mysteries of sonoluminescence is to determine exactly how hot the interior of the bubble gets. In the sun, the interior can be millions of degrees, hot enough to cause fusion. And the thought crossed my mind that perhaps inside the collapsing bubble, the interior of the bubble might also get hot enough to cause fusion.
If so, this would be something truly amazing. By simply bombarding tiny bubbles with sound waves, temperatures of over 10 million degrees would be created. And nuclear fusion, the same reaction that powers the sun, would be happening almost effortlessly here on Earth.
And it already is, because that's how the black sun is made.
Right.
That's exactly what they're describing to you in the Bible when the Lord said,
Your customers are your neighbors.
let's separate the waters from the heavens and let there be light. That is just a metaphor for the actual technology that they used.
Yeah, that's like him turning on a switch and then that dome turning off into a light.
Exactly.
As soon as he turns the switch on, it's lit.
Exactly. Exactly. So I know we in overtime now. Nephew, did you want to still go through and explain your side-by-side video? It's up to you.
Not really. I personally didn't have an explanation. My biggest thing was I was trying to explain or show the family how the realm works. I had another video to show how thunderclouds is relation to the same principle. Okay, basically what I was really getting down to, Auntie, was the mud flood. So back in the mud flood, we keep seeing these depictions of the domes, or what do you call it, iniquitech, or devices on the buildings that we know is to extract energy. Well, basically, what I was trying to get out today was basically the science of that, how they're doing that. And as I say, one is through how they manipulate the electron, but also they're how can I say, they're manipulating us. They're manipulating the world in such a way that they can extract things without us really noticing it, right? So I'm just lost of thought.
Okay, no worries. I was trying to follow along, but that's okay. Excellent work tonight. Child, I know we went over a lot, and of course, this ain't what we were supposed to be going over, but because we had got rudely interrupted where I couldn't, those that wanted the playback couldn't get the visuals, I felt that we needed to replay it again, and I'm glad that we did replay everything again, because we basically added more onto it, and I know it's going to be a lot. Hang in there, fam. I know this information is a lot. I know it's a lot.
It's meant to make sense in a minute, because
it will. The more we put it to you, the more it's going to make sense. Deep H2O, I saw you in the chat. I wanted to get this particular information out so you could come back next week and put something on it. I wanted to stay focused and bring that to the end so we can make sure the fam start getting these this information and this concept in their consciousness to start processing it the way they need to process it. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up. So this last little picture I'm putting up, and it's interesting if you brought up about the buildings and the antennas, because I just had a conversation with somebody via email, and they sent me the pyramid stuff, and they were showing how the pyramids used to emit stuff and how the pyramids would get stuff from the atmosphere. And I got it now. I'm sorry. I got the thought now. Okay, go ahead.
We were talking about the iniquitech and extracting from the ether, and that's what that's what I was trying to relate, is that the way that they were doing it was not mystical, and the reason why they burnt down you and Brother Odel were supposed to go on the 1804 wars, 1800
I think he said 1871 ward. I know we got to get to that because we gonna get to it, fam. But go ahead, nephew.
What I want to relate to that is I believe that's when they came to destroy all the technology that would have been our old tech. So when we're seeing when we see these pictures of these cities that are basically lavish cities with no people in it, they basically something happened where we weren't there anymore, and they needed to destroy the old way of society, the old way of life.
A reset.
Yeah, exactly. It's the reset, but it's with a reason, right? It's because they need our regular, our silicone-based electric system to not operate, because they now want to impose their finite system of gasoline, and we don't have enough oil and this, and the third on us to basically make us slaves. And basically what it is what I was showing, where the difference in potential. So on the Earth's ground is let's say 1,000,000 volts. And on the sky, it's 1,000,000 volts positive. And basically the domes are tuned to the top portion of the sky, and the small portion of the dome is tuned to the bottom. And the differential, like a capacitor. When you have a capacitor now, you can then run a coil, and based on the frequency, you set up a oscillating circuit. With that oscillating circuit, you can then extract that static potential, because you've now made it move. You're now stimulating that potential, and you can now extract from that potential. So that's what they were doing. They were using the Earth's natural static electricity, because that's what the Earth has. When we get thunderstorm, it's because there's a buildup of charge in the sky, and you have to understand the clouds are in between the dome. So they're really half of what the dome is. It's called a neutral plate in electricity. So in between the positive potential and negative potential, we put something in between, it's called a neutral plate, and it's half of what the total potential is. So if the volts that are coming out of that lightning bolt is 1,000 volts, at the top of the dome, it's 2,000 volts. So which means there's a 2,000 volts differential potential from the bottom of the Earth to the top of the Earth. So how they did it is that when you go up in elevation, the voltage potential rises. So at 1,000 feet, you get 1,000 volts. At 2,000 feet, you get 2,000 volts, and so on and so forth, right? So the buildings, you always remember, those buildings were always at the very, very top, and it was at the dome. So the big dome part was looked at as a capacitor. It would collect static charge. And the very top part was it was more stimulating from the upper atmosphere, would bring the charge down to the charge capacitor, which is the big dome itself. And then they would have a coil within the building, essentially, that would resonate.
God damn it, keep on going. Go on, nephew, tell it, God damn it, keep going.
So basically, I could drop one or two more things to show you, but basically that's what I will come back and let me do that. Let's come back.
Yeah, come back next week. We got to keep the PhD class going. Class is in session. So come back with that next week.
That was my biggest thing to get off, is how they're manipulating the realm, and how basically they how we were supposed to be extracting energy from this realm.
Okay.
Because that's what they're not showing us. They want us to tap in and get a battery. Go ahead.
You know the movies Frankenstein? He used that principle, and he created a tower to catch the electricity.
Yeah, I always thought Tesla Tower when I saw that.
Yes,
but okay.
so that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, it was Tesla Tower. Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's doing.
He collected the electricity, and it was enough electricity to spark the dead parts in the Frankenstein monster. So now they're coming up with they can make a dead eye see again because we're all electricity. And so they're going to use electricity, I'm sure, to make a dead person's eye see again.
Oh, okay. You talking about far as oh, here come Brother Odell. God damn it, child. Damn. I was getting ready to shut it down. Child, this overtime upon overtime upon overtime. Let me let Brother Odell in here, child. Here we go. Dang, let me go on and unmute him. Woo, child. Brother Odell.
Good evening.
I know it's morning time for you, so we're not trying to monopolize your. I know. Good morning to you. We're not trying to monopolize your time, but you know we've been. Nephew went in again with the science, so we had to do it again. So go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, nephew, the mental mud flood. This is the stuff I'm gonna be. It relates to what he's saying. He's right. I've been saying this in the 1700s, and I've got evidence of this about this world affairs. They were destroying the tech that ran on the churches and stuff like that.
Yes,
they had all the live coils and the organs and the coils inside them with the copper. It used to draw all the energy down. I've got stuff about that, and it's the Tatarians, which is basically one of the older societies. The Tatarians knew about all this because they used to run that on the proper ley lines because they knew that how the realm functioned. The realm functioned using the old tech, and that's what the Jesuits know about this because they've been hiding it all at the World Affairs.
That's hiding it.
Exactly. Yeah, they're hiding all the information about it. These buildings, all the old buildings that have this is what I had a discussion just with Martin Lidke. They knew about it. They knew about it. It's just that the masses have not been taught about how it functions.
Right.
The societies since they've been since the mid 1700s when we got took down, they've been with the foundings. That basically when the Draco, I think it's Draco, pointed. We took off we have 3 polar strands of DNA. The Draco took off one of them, which meant that they mud flooded us. I think it was in the 1600s, and then in the 1700s we got completely taken down, and that's when the Dracos finally be able to institute what making us use just 2 strands of DNA rather than the 12, and that's how we was able to use the other stuff within the realm itself, because it allowed us to do things that worked more on the principles of how the realm functioned, not fully, but we could use it in a way where we didn't use it. We weren't using combustion engines and other stuff like that. We're using more about how the things function within inside the realm. Now that wasn't how we would have set it up completely, but at least it allowed us to run it more in principles of how the planet was working based on how they've set up certain with the sun and the moon, because obviously they knew that obviously it was our ancestors that bloody fought. Delbert Blaze used to talk about this heavily used to speak about it. The Washita, one of the big ones with the big Olmec heads on each side. I'll show you some images of it. I'll put it up in a few minutes after you've finished. Had to fight them off because if they hadn't fought them off, we'd have been completely taken over. Blaze talk about this all the time. So we've been fighting with these idiots for a long time, and obviously with what's going on now, this whole thing's going to be taken out anyway. But I'll let you finish off the part that you was talking about, and I'll put up something on this world affairs stuff because I've got it. So I'll let you finish off what you were saying.
The only last thing I want to show is just, again, more of how the realm works and how they're just not telling us how it works, because they've made devices to protect themselves. They put what's called lightning protectors on top of their buildings, because inherently our buildings, our structures collect electrical charges.
Correct, that's right. With the copper wires, and that's correct.
Yeah, because they still have that today. So the
It's still
pyramids
there.
were
The
just
organs were
replaced
not-
with the buildings, and the cathedrals were replaced with what they're calling skyscrapers today. Go look at any city, you're going to see those antennas there. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. They're just modernized it and told us not to look at it.
Exactly. Telling you is for communication. Whatever the hell. So, okay,
So
nephew, did you want to display this? Because I need to bring back. Okay, hold on. Let me bring back up the display.
This I'm dropping it's like informational of how lightning protection works, and within it, you'll basically see how the realm works. So they're basically protecting themselves from the realm.
Okay, let me. What? Wait a minute, child. Let me hurry the hell on up. Wait, let me.
And it's the same mindset of the way that lightning works is how we're collecting the electricity. So again, it's how you apparatus you put in the sky, what you do to collect it, and then what you do to extract it.
Got you. So we ready. I got the display screen up, so you cool. Woo!
See that purple?
Let me see it. I'm refreshing my screen to make sure the YouTube fam can see this. See, we never miss. We in PhD school. Didn't we just say it's the same? We just told you that they replace, it's the same technology.
Somehow I'm not getting sound.
I don't know why you're not getting sound.
We'll speed up 2 seconds and just check it.
Okay, because we don't get it.
I don't get no sound either. I don't want to talk you through that.
I know, but that was pretty powerful. If you want to, but then you can't comment on it if I display it.
Well, I just want to make sure it's working. If it's me or if it's, I swear there was sound to this.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, you know what? How about we come back another day, Auntie? Let's do like that.
Yeah, we could come back. Okay, why don't you save that for next week? Yeah, save it for next week.
I'll start from there. I'll start off from there.
Perfect.
And then Brother Odel can add in his stuff now, and then we'll go on from there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, okay, so
I'm not getting played right now.
Okay, so nephew need to come back on the rest of his PhD stuff because the sound is acting up. So, Brother Odel, what you got on it you want to show the fam? And I know you can't go into nothing.
I got it, Nancy. I got it.
Oh, now you got it?
Let him go. Yeah, let him go. Let him do it.
All right, here we go. It's just redisplay because we can't see it.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hook you up. My bad. I forgot about you. Rocking on my own. Gotcha.
Okay, there we go. Child, look at
Lightning
that.
strikes are a menace not only to human lives, but also to the IT equipment and devices that are universally used in our daily lives. Damage to such equipment and devices is a critical issue in contemporary society. Effective lightning countermeasures are required in all fields, not only homes, offices, and plants, but also the so-called lifeline, that is electricity, water supply, and gas, traffic, finance, and medical arenas. Under an innovative concept of preventing lightning strikes, Hitachi Plant Technologies proposes the integrated lightning protection countermeasures to protect these indispensable facilities from lightning damage, which is sometimes difficult to prevent with only conventional lightning rods. How is lightning formed? Let me first explain the basic mechanism. When strong direct sunlight beats down on the Earth, updrafts are formed and develop into a cumulonimbus cloud. In a cumulonimbus cloud, electric charges are generated due to the collision of small ice particles.
Now, before they continue, I'm going to tell people this is how their double speak comes into play.
Okay.
Because they're about to show you electrical charges in terms of their positive and negative charges, and I need you to understand their inverse. Because the way they're going to show it to you, the bottom is going to be positively charged, but we know the bottom is actually negatively charged. I want to make that clear.
Steel pellets.
Okay, and y'all keep it going. I'll be right back.
The electric charges are distributed with positive and negative charges roughly separated in portions of the thundercloud. Negative charges concentrate at the bottom of a cloud or the cloud base, whereas positive charges concentrate on the Earth.
And Earth is negatively charged. We know that.
Such an electric charge distribution generates a large electrostatic field between the thundercloud and the Earth.
Right. And this electrostatic field is what we use to tap into the energy grid.
As the electrostatic field develops, an advanced discharge extends in incremental steps from the cloud base to the Earth. This phenomenon is called the step leader, through which the voltage level reaches approximately 100 million volts. As a step leader comes closer to the Earth, the ground-based field ascends to counter the approaching leader.
And this is because all the buildings and structures are all grounded at the same potential. So essentially, they're at the same ground potential. Sorry, let me use my mouse. They're the same ground potential as they are up here, because it's connected basically. So the atmosphere sees these buildings as it does the ground,
thereby generating rising streamers that extend from the ground. A step leader that has developed into the final stage is connected with the nearest rising streamer among the many that were.
So basically electricity follows the least, how can I say it? It doesn't like to go through anything that has resistance. It follows the path of least resistance. So because in this diagram, you see this building to be the tallest out of all of them, it basically has the greatest potential because it's closer to the atmosphere. So just know.
Rated on the Earth. At this moment, a lightning strike occurs. There are two types of effects of lightning strikes. One is a direct strike whereby lightning directly hits an object. The other is an indirect lightning strike whereby lightning strikes near an object. When a lightning rod receives a direct strike, a large current of several tens of thousand amperes passes through the lead-in conductor and the earth electrode. This passage of a large current produces a magnetic field. Abnormal amounts of current might pass through power and communications lines due to electromagnetic induction if these lines are within the magnetic field.
So just to be fair, nephew, ain't that right there? What they're showing right there, wouldn't that charge up that whole building? Isn't that free energy what they're showing you right there?
Well, the point just before the lightning touches that, you would have an electrical potential of very great. The minute the lightning touches it, it's discharging itself. So you're losing all your electrical potential right at this moment. If you wanted to harness it, you would harness it just before this moment. That's at its greatest potential. After when you're seeing the lightning is when it's broken down. There's too much energy and the air has broken down and it's now it's going to ground. So your greatest potential is just before when the spikes were coming up. This point. Hold on, let me go back 2 seconds.
Okay. Yes, show us.
This one right here. This is when you have the most greatest.
So is that why Tesla had his towers up higher?
Right. The higher you get, the greater voltage you get. So if you're down here at the tree level, let's say you have 500 volts. If you're up here at the building level, you have 800 volts. But you're up here at the antenna level, you have 1,000 volts. And the reason that the lightning wants to discharge here is because it's the closest path to ground. Because the potential that ground.
Dang, you cutting out. Doggone it. I dare them cut you out. Dang, nephew, you cutting out. We can't hear you. So basically, again, they sitting up here talking about this foolishness with clean energy. And just tonight, we done showed you 2 natural ways for clean energy. The point I was trying to make with this, with the lightning coming up out of the atmosphere, which is just the electric charge, all you need is a device or antenna high enough to catch it, to harness it. So they're full of mess, no matter how they cut it, on what they're calling clean energy. Now note, even what I am explaining to you, what is clean energy, as far as fusion and as far as pulling the electromagnetism from the lightning, that's still all a part of their terraforming. So that's still not even the natural organic energy which would create that silicon type environment. So in other words, this realm has been destroyed so much that even what they called natural energy, which I still believe they're kind of still using what we just talked about, but they're trying to play around with that. And I don't know if they're doing that because they're changing the frequency, which very well could be, or they changed the frequency to lower it. But either way it goes, they have been lying for centuries regarding energy. All right, so nephew got kicked off. So Brother Odel, how you feeling?
Yeah.
Did you want to add something on to it, or you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm absolutely good. Like I said, I'm gonna show some imagery to let you know that we had, like I said, if you're, I'm coming from an indigenous point of view in terms of as originally here. Keep in mind that I'm talking about 950 billion years ago, when the realm function, it was like people please watch Avatar. Just watch Avatar.
Yeah.
Watch Avatar. If you've got get any idea of how a realm would function before they came.
Avatar, exactly.
Watch Avatar. It's probably the best example I give you that you can look at that's relevant to this particular subject that we're speaking on. That you can actually go and watch and get an idea. That was how the realm functioned before all this shit happened.
Exactly.
Because we've got to give an example of Argon, and this is why I like Dr. Double Bless, why as a living star, I respect him the most, because he's the only one that I know, that I'm aware of, that can explain things to me, obviously, because I did speak to him privately, that explain things in a way where obviously you've got Arg, which is from the universe created with Great Lanarkay, and I've showed you images of that's still not in the public. You've seen that because we spoke privately.
Yeah.
To let you know that I know that what's really going on. Because when you're referring to the realm, I want to make sure that I know which side you're referring to. When I'm talking about us as original beings, as living souls, I'm talking about being part of the Great Lanarkay again. That's what we're going back to, and that's not what how we're functioning at the moment. So this org, which is part of the universal or omniverse, back to the great sphere, that's the natural stuff that's within the universe that we function on. That's part of the great echo. Then you've got what's called magnetism. That's that second rule of energy that came in place. And then you've got the electricity, which is the third form. And then you've got ELF, which is the extra low frequency. This is what they run on. When they instituted us in the third seeding, John, and this is why what did I cover in my talk? I'll show evidence because I'll have it up in a second. The electric wars. I covered all this. I've actually covered it, which is good in the talk. No, I was just covering the science, but I've covered it in my talk. I have to some degree gone over scientifically, but we'll have to proper go in on the other stuff. Let me make sure I've got it up.
Okay. We'll nephew, save the rest of yours for next week. That's a sign.
I know that.
Yeah.
I've been telling.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, that's a sign.
Just understanding that it's just the point of you guys can see how it's all correlating.
Yeah.
It's not just mysticism anymore. There's actual
exactly. It's not mysticism. So yeah, if you don't mind, let's build on
it's
add that for class next week.
Yeah, we'll pick back up at lightning protection.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother. You got something to say?
No, you're fine. It's okay. There's no rush. There's no rush.
I know
at all.
we gotta do this on whatever pace Spirit wants us to get us out.
Exactly. Because when it dropped again, I'm like, okay, that's a sign.
But I apologize to the fam. I'll get my connection up. I'm sorry about.
Oh, hey, you know, nephew. It's no worries. It's all good.
Yeah. It's kind of, we're on about this. There's two elements of this. I'm going to just touch on it briefly. I don't want to be from arguing. I don't really want to be like, say, take up too much time. We kind of sweat like just does this woman.
Close us out. Let's say it like that. Close us out.
Yeah, you could close it out.
That's because it's like, let it just roll up. It's taking its time. It's going slow, and I want it to go bit, not that bit because we've covered that bit. Wait, 70 guy. Yeah, so you've got the free seedings.
Yeah.
So you've got us on an organic level plus, then it goes higher than that. And obviously we've got another seeding second, which works more magnetism, and then you've got Earth at a 3D density, which is when we fell to a point where we're now using ELF and extra low frequency waves, stuff like that. But it was the electric wars I covered, and I think it was here. Yeah. So what New was on about is when so here the realm got put in. You can see the black coil. You've got the star, the star actually see when the realm got put in. We've got the Saturn, the 55 harmonic. You've got obviously the black coil, the black sun. So but this is the point when we got interrupted for the first time with the Dracos and everybody's. I think I mentioned it just after this point. The electric wars was when they messed up and then they put in the stuff that we're dealing with now. Before then, it functioned more around magnetism, which is at a Gaia at 50 level, and a tower at 50 level. Then obviously you've got Gaia at 70 level. That's when we function more on the natural stuff of the Great Lanakea and the stuff that's still here, but the coil sits on that template.
It sits on top of it.
Yeah. But they're taking all the elements. They're still using the energy. But what's happening is they're taking the energy off world. And using the souls that are down there as batteries, and then they're converting that energy using the 55 harmonic into the electric stuff, and using it for ELF in terms of how they're using powering their systems. Eltamim, which is where the Draco come from, obviously the Anunnaki and Nibiru. You've got beings come from Zeta Reticula. You know, we've seen all the maps anyway where they're taking this energy off world. So this is when they put in, you see this when they put in the I'm gonna show you, like 20 million years ago, I think it was, when they put in the last of when they messed our souls and they changed the inserts. And this is why I covered it all in this talk. It's all covered. So about 25 million years ago, this is when they started to get into a point where it was taking out the org stuff and converting it across to where it is now. So you've got obviously the templates. There you can see the star and the so-called Christian cross. It's still linked to, you can see our echoes here. See our echoes still here within it, so you can still see what we function on. And now they messed it all up and they changed it all, because obviously I went through all this and explained how they did it from that real perspective. So eventually they messed us up. I think it gets into about 5 million years ago. So it took them a process from 20 million years ago when they first came, the Draco, to a process where it's got 5 minutes. It took them a long time to finally get all this stuff instituted in. This realm stuff instituted. It took them a page. You can see there. I started about 20 million years ago. I think it's when it started on the 900. Now it took 900 years to last to get it all in place, but it started about 20 million years. It started around about 20. Yeah, about 20 million years ago. So 20 million years. It's took them all that time. There's the Draco. There's one of the.
So it had to be wars during all of that. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. We've been fighting 7 days though.
Yeah, that was 7 days after everything had been
after
conquered.
all the wars was done. I guess
Exactly.
So, right?
Exactly. That was 7 days of they terraforming.
Right. Dracon originated from a different planetary system in our universe. When they visited your planet during several periods of the first, second, and third seasons, is why I keep talking about it. I gave all the evidence for it. I've explained it all and everything. It's not that I didn't. I talked about it all. I've covered it all. Like, you covered it all. You see our realm functions properly. See, this is the grids I was showing, right? So when we get back to, obviously we've got back to the how many years earlier. And this is what they did. So when they knocked us off, this is the facts I'm putting in there. You can see when they knocked us off and they put us onto the 55 harmonic, you see the original level still here that I keep showing with the where we got the hijack got put in. They knocked it off. And then they set us on this here. You can see here, there's the sun. Everything was all, and they did this to the sun. They did it to all our solar system, and then they started to feed off using the 55 harmonic. They started to feed off, and then that's when they messed us up with the soul matrices, the DNA, all the codes were all messed up, and they knocked off the third pole strand of DNA, and that's how I was able to knock us down from where we was into the 2 strand where we are right now. And it's periodic. They've been doing it to get us to a point where they've completely put us in a mess. Now, I was getting into something here. The biblical 12. We got into all that where they knocked it all off. And that's how they're able to institute, what did I say? The clock.
Yeah.
Right. Because if you go back to go back one slide there, I equate Avatar to 7D.
Facts.
Yeah.
Okay.
7D onwards.
Exactly. 7D upwards. Exactly. Exactly. Because you're really beyond 7D. That's
because you see the thing where the hijack got put in.
Exactly. You're really beyond that. But when we think of this 7D, think of Avatar, the Avatar movie. That was before the colonization of cutting down the ancient trees and doming over.
Yes, sister.
And if they had gone their way, they would have ended up into their 3D reality. Because in the end of the movie, they kicked them out. But if they had gotten their way,
if they had gotten their way in Avatar, exactly, they would have been 3D like a mug. It would have been a reset. Let's be clear. It would have been a reset. Those Avatar beings, that's why they were so tall. They was a different color. You saw their color, right?
I was going to say, most importantly, is the geneticists. They showed it in our face. Oh, shit. Auntie, we always said that it was their female Inky geneticist that was doing the work. In Avatar, they show you it was the woman that was the major scientist. That did the
exactly, in the lab, Sigourney Weaver.
But they showed us in the original form because they were matriarchal, remember?
Right, but in the Avatar world, Avatar them, they were showing us in our original form. But what nephew's saying, Inky them was represented by Sigourney Weaver and them, and Sigourney Weaver represented the Anunnaki woman, geneticist scientist, is what he's saying. Is that what you're saying, nephew?
Exactly, because they brought in a humanoid being to mingle with the indigenous tribe.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what they did.
Exactly. That shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair. He told us that Avatar was the story of planet Earth.
Right.
He flat out told you.
He did.
And we even saw how they got to the woman. We even saw it.
Yeah.
Because it was through the woman that he was able to get his friggin' access to friggin' source.
There you go. And that's why I talk about the female Marianas coming in 950 billion years ago. I've talked about in this particular
exactly.
I specifically talk about because the women came first. I've been telling everybody this stuff. The women came in first, and then the birth of the male. Both, obviously, you're in the whole. You still all exist.
Yeah.
In the whole, both ages exist in the whole. But down here, for this particular part of this cosmos, the female Yanas came first, and the birth. I talk about even in this talk. Female Yanas came first. I talked about in the original root races. The female Yanas came first, and then the birth through the males. But what I want to get out, this is why there's able the Draco, when it's a polarized look, each of the 12 subspecies were assigned a genetic level of rebundled their polarized strand into one complete unit. So what they did was they messed us up, the Draco did, and this is how they're able then to institute. They can see, look, the wheel. The clock, this is what we're talking about.
The astrological clock.
This is what you're getting in on, sis. This is what we've been getting in on.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I keep saying. So all this stuff represent that. We can always go over it again, but this is what they did with the so-called Adam and Eve story that they talk about in what the Heliotech.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm just going to translate what Brother Odell is saying. When you're looking at that astrological clock, that is terraforming. That is the start of the Adam and Eve story in that Bible. I know we keep saying that, but we have to keep saying this so it can sink into you all. That is not what was natural to the planet. And that's why it's so hard for people to let that go, because it's embedded in everything, in the concept of time, in religion. It's everything. It's embedded, but it's not natural. That was not natural to the planet. And that's why people, no matter how deep they get in this information, they get stuck because they don't understand what's really natural and what's not.
Exactly. This is why I talked about the three forms of energy being, obviously, org. Obviously, I talked about, obviously, the magnetism, which is to some degree going back to now, and obviously electric. Now, I'm just going to read this, just a tiny bit of this, because just the biblical fall, so your biblical stories, origins, and of the flood, meaning when we got mentally mud flooded because we got attacked, emerged out of this drama. The fall of the biblical terms represents the digression brought about by animal interbreeding, the result of mutational form, and the cataclysmic events that nearly terminated the species about 550 million years ago. This version of the story, popular in your times, has been twisted and contrived in a way of its original symbolic meaning. The flood, mentally attacked, within your story represents the period of time when the 12 subspecies of humans were reseeded upon Earth, because again, it was one of the seedings. The Sodom and Gomorrah drama is a retranslation of the Atlantean Lemuria, because again, it was when we was pushing around natural events that occurred on Tara before the flood. So they knew they knew what was going on. These two elements of being combined into a new version carrying the same theme, but restructuring the context of Adam and Eve, where symbolic passages represent the polarization of substrands of DNA and the birth of duality consciousness. There you go. Duality.
Exactly. But that's not the way we had it.
No. So this is what I'm saying, and all this stuff I covered. We got into the realm again. You can see the water on the realm.
Yeah, because that's that black sun on the bottom. Yeah,
you can see the recycling
and the recycling. Yes.
And obviously you can see I got into the age of Taurus and the Buddhism. This is where I covered it like the way I did in this talk. Now we're going back to a natural ascension cycle. So obviously you can see we're going back, obviously. So when you're in 5D, you're on this level. Now, when you're on the goal to high consciousness, this is why when you're scared of what coronavirus, why when you're scared of it, because when you move back, don't interrupt me while I'm doing this. When the reason why they don't want you on this is because when you go past all these levels, when you start to go back towards the original creator, our source again. All this stuff, when you get you down here on the incarnate level, your root chakra, they want you down here, because if you're lifting above this, you're going above this, you're going back to source again, or create the goal, the high consciousness. They can't tap in.
They can
only begin to tap. They can only tap in when it's down here. Yeah. Once you start moving up, the high consciousness comes in on the crown. They can't tap in. And you know the 55 harmonic only works at a certain level. Go ahead, system.
I'm just trying to point out, fam, that what he's showing you. Do you see how low you have to be? That's awfully low on the scale from a vibratory standpoint. So when we tell you to raise your consciousness, that you have the control, this is what we're telling you. This is what we're telling you. Once you get to the crown, the Rona stage, hint, hint, Rona. Once you get to the crown, I'm talking in code. Once you get to the crown, that's it. That's a wrap.
Yep, because once you get here, you can move on up. Time to get free.
And what? You see the density that's at? Isn't it like the D7, D8?
Yeah, yep.
Ain't that like the avatar level?
Yep, and then you can start going up.
Exactly.
Up the naturals. Rather than being in this 55 harmonic, which sits on either side of this, you're in a natural cycle. Our realm function originally, the sisters of female Yana set up billions of years ago. They set that all up and it would function properly. You get me? So that's where you would be at. So this is why they're trying to get scared of Rona, because they know that there's a natural consciousness coming in on a natural level that they can't control, which is why they want to try and destroy the temple with the pork, with all this other nonsense that they're giving the porks or whatever, the food, the poison, how they're trying to make the realm function in terms of this nonsense. It's across the board. Like I said, it's not one attack; it's multiple vectors.
It's on multiple facets.
Yeah,
exactly. That's why they work so hard to keep the frequency at a lower level, because as long as you operating at that D3, that's awfully low, fam. You got to at a minimum be up at D7, D8.
Ideally. I mean, even if you function, I mean, most of the stuff they have technology functions is down here. Their
tech is even down there. Absolutely.
Yeah. A lot of it, because remember, they want you in your root chakra because they're feeding. That's why they want you traumatized fear all the time. This is what these gun shootings are about that's going on in Texas and Alabama, Buffalo and stuff like that. When they're doing all that, it's getting you to be in your root chakra because they feed off what these beings, the draconic beings that I was showing earlier on.
Exactly.
The Anunnaki, they feed off what's called loosh. And they feed off all that kind of your fear, so they want you in your root consciousness. That's where they want you. That's why they do all these MK Ultra style mind control, traumatized programming to the masses down here. That's what they've been doing to the people.
Exactly, but you can override all of that. You have the power to override all of that. So when we're up here every week, we're talking about doctrine, and when we're talking about your ascension, and when I'm talking about getting off the board, and when I told women you need to stand up, these are the reasons we're telling you this.
Yeah.
You are the avatar beings, and we supposed to be kicking them off of here.
Yeah, because, and again, this is, and I'm agreeing with the sister on this, because you can see when we had the original root races, this gets back to where the originals, the more of the seedings came in, the more of the seedings came back in again, where, and again, you can see down here, there's obviously we go back. So here you can see the heritage. But obviously, we've got this trapness in terms of the beings being down there. And obviously, you've got your macabre grids and obviously the high, and there's been trapped down there. It's representing it because they knew that the roaches that came in, well, after I show them, the black sun roaches that's using the realm, the black sun, again, the Orion Draconis, you can see the Anunnakis, the Zeta Reticulans. All these, even isn't the Illuminati hybrid reptilian, because again they were hybridizing what the Noah said. It was right. I'm going to agree with Noah. They've been hybridizing and coming in with a seed, you see. Whereas we functioned, the original beings functioned here, like in Avatar, the function 48 strand plus. This is the minimum that was functioning on. It goes even higher than that when we get back in. You can see here, the Lysis came in 950 billion plus years ago. The original founder races, the Yanas, they came in billions of years ago, way before all this stuff happened. Yeah, I've even given you the timeline there. I've even given you the timeline of these roaches that came in, the cockroaches that came in.
And just notice, even with the different versions of the sun, and y'all should know by now how this technology works. That's just, in the case of the emeralds, I equate that to a crystal. So I want y'all to think Avatar also when they were walking on the ground.
Please, sister.
When they were, go back and watch Avatar. That should be everybody's homework. Go back and watch it. And when they were walking on the ground lit up.
Correct,
that
sister.
was the crystals, the emeralds and the rubies and all of that.
And because your body was tied into that genetically, it was like another example of what they do on. I think it's on when you can astral project. I think it's on Battlestar Galactica, and the beings basically were that tuned into the realm, so to speak, that they could basically astral project, and they could change the lights a certain way because they're so in tune with it. They could light up the realm how they wanted to light it up. They could use all kinds of different ways to light it up. Which is because they're so in tune, they could, depending on what kind of mood they're in, they could connect with certain lights, and that's when it was walking across it. That's why the lights could change different colors, because obviously when you're in touch with the realm, your your aura lit up things a certain way. So there's certain things you resonate with, and that's what that sister's showing. So depending on where your mood was, you would be so in tune with the realm. You'd light certain lights up. You could light different lights up in a different rate, a different spin rate, and everything like that. Keep going, sister. Keep going.
Right. So sis Nonya said it. It's like grounding. So again, go watch Avatar, and when they walked, it lit up. That's why the Avatarians were the color that they were.
Yes,
because the environment, exactly. Because the environment, not only was it high consciousness, high frequency, but the actual minerals, the emeralds, the rubies,
will function on that level.
It functioned on that level, and their skin, their 48 strands of DNA reflected that, so therefore their skin color was different.
Yes, sister. Now we're doing grad school stuff here.
Yeah, this is grad school stuff.
You get me? But people can get this because we've been covering all of this. There's no excuse. I've covered this in depth. We went in depth over this. We give you graphics, images. We've explained the history of the galactic cycles behind it. We've talked about billions of years ago. We've given you a great timeline of how this has been set into place. This is why it's so good, because we're covering it. And again, you can see here the Metatronic. This is what the Anunnaki use, the Metatron. This is what they knocked us off with the Ruby Sun and the Black Sun. So that's what they're dealing with. That's what they deal with. You get me? Not what we originally dealt with.
We didn't originally deal with that. And because we keep recycling in this realm, because your soul is your soul. Your soul doesn't have density to it. But because you keep recycling in this realm and you're getting into a density body, that's why you look the way you look.
Yes.
Because it's the environment. It's the black sun.
Yes, that's right. And your melanin adapts to your copper. And your melanin adapts to the sun being the way it is, because it has to adapt to the environment that it's in.
Exactly.
It's what Delbert Blaze to talk about with the melanin. Now you can see here. It talks about the 7 root races and the class races, where he had the indigo children. It knows that our lineage comes back through here, and it goes up here. Up here, you can see the blue hominid. Remember what this is? The Azurite, the blue hominid. Look, it goes right through here, right back up through here. This is what was back to the 48 strands. You can see here with
exactly.
You see here the blue hominid. Remember you talked about Avatar, the blue hominids again. Look, you see they got the 24 plus strands, and again, and then you link it back through all here. So we're currently here at the moment, HU1. So this is what we're talking about. This is his sister spawn. This is our genetic lineage. The fallen ones come from this lineage, the Templar, the Ruby Sun, and the Black Sun, which the Draco and all theirs, they're coming through this line, the Biru and Anunnaki and all this lot, and the other beings that come through they come from the DNA, the digressive stuff, they come from this lineage and this lineage. Go ahead, sister.
Do you all understand now, when you've heard master teachers all them years talking about your other DNA strands we're going to unlock? Now, the only catch is, because they did not know, they were still equating the higher up beings as the Elohim, the Anu, all of these folks that he's showing on these screens with these 11 and 10 strands of DNAs. That's what the master teachers were, with the exception of Dilbert Blair. He never did give me an answer on that Anunnaki stuff. It's okay, Ancestor Dilbert Blair. I get it. I figured it out on my own. I guess you knew I would figure it out on my own. Much respect. But all those other ones running around talking about they're the Elohim. They're the Elohim. I'm the Anu. Bow down to Anu. And when my DNA went click, 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 I said, fuck all of them. They ain't over me. Who the fuck is they?
Exactly.
So do you understand why I tell you all, you can rock with whoever Sky Daddy you want to rock with. Just know who you dealing with.
Yeah, which Sky Daddy involved with.
But don't include me, because they ain't my motherfucking God. I don't want nothing to do with that fuckery.
Same here.
This is why we're telling you what we're telling you.
Yep. And this is what I'm sure. And even in here, you've got our universe, which is our one universe, which ties back to the great omniverse. You've got 15 dimensions, 5 densities, and 12 stargates. So you can see here, I've given the grids here. And the sisters set all this up. The female yarders, when they first came here, 950 billion years ago, they set up the Echoes and the Kashas. This is tied back to the original realm, how it originally functioned before we got the digressive Templars and the Black Sunblock came in, and they came in and started to institute that madness within the realm. The Draco Anunnaki, the beings from Orion came in and instituted that. I just want to share something else briefly, just to let you know that they knew what they was doing. Even
they knew what they was doing.
So I'm not having this. So I'm saying here we know this. We're not having. We don't have excuses.
No, we don't. And why brothers bringing that up? So just to be clear, if I knew Inky, Binky, Linky, them, they your Sky Daddy, I don't have a problem with that. You just don't belong here. This don't have no music or nothing in it, does it, brother?
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't have a problem with that's your Sky Daddy. You just don't belong here. And we don't want no part of it. So go on and tune up and dial in and have them go on and take you off of there. They know the technology to rebuild the black sun on whatever realm y'all supposed to be on. Sorry, go ahead on, brother.
This is on mainstream news. Look, you see, look.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
I've enjoyed parts from this. I've turned the sound off so the cat turn around saying we're using
using their music, right? Always some
no
drama,
music.
right?
This is mainstream news. It happened in the news, so there's no reason for YouTube to strike it. It's all on mainstream news. It's in your paper, so don't strike it. Don't strike the sister's channel.
I remember that. That was a big thing.
When he allegedly went to resign. It's all in mainstream news, so there's no reason to strike it because there's no sound, no copyright. It's all in your news. It's all in your mainstream news. You lot put this out.
Wow.
Okay?
This stuff.
So when the lightning strikes, so you lot set all that stuff off. So the lightning struck because you lot know your buildings functioned on the realm properly.
Exactly.
Now, it's something else now. That was just that you know that they know Basilica has been built a certain way because it works on how the realm was functioning. Those at the top know. You see, that's what I'm saying to you. So they know that. Now I can get into this other stuff I was going to just share briefly. So you know that New Eyes on point, and obviously I've been covering an element of this already and stuff that I've already been doing. So this is another thing I did. I've got bare stuff like this. I'm only going to briefly touch. We're not going to have time to do it properly because it's so in depth. This is the reset timeline. So we can see here they knew about all the ancient civilizations. So I was talking about the Mars and the stuff like that because they set up all this stuff. So all these buildings, the other buildings, they were built to thingy the master masonry stuff. We built all this stuff. I should have said the last society before the mental stroke came in. All these buildings, we built them all because we knew they had to be built in line with how the current realm, how the realm worked based on what the Draco had done. So this is why they were master builders, but they knew about free energy. I'm going to show you. Look, you can see the buildings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was built. Look, you can see was built to take what in the energies. What New was on about. It was built to take in the free energy. Arians. We all knew about all this stuff because you had to do it because of how they set up the realm. You can see inside the realm. I used to take all the energies in. This is what I was covering. We'll do it. Look, you see, look.
That's a Tesla tower, but yeah.
We built all this stuff. Tesla didn't. We had it all. It was us that did it all.
Using ancient technology.
Yeah, it's all our stuff. All the stuff they're trying to bring in now. It's still electromagnetic. Remember I talked about 3 forms of energy. Magnetism, and this is electromagnetic. So we knew about all this. So I'm saying to you, so we can see here all these stuff we built, and all this stuff is built properly because it has to use all the you can see the pyramids. We had to use what was in the what's its name, the Tatarians, because what I was showing here was the Mars and all the so-called, but the Tatars are all the same civilization because they had to use the same energies of the realm. That's what I wanted to
Right.
share.
And that was still, even with that Tartarian stuff, that's still not the natural org,
No,
but it was at
it's not,
least a
it's,
higher form of energy than what we're
it was
on
using
now.
magnetism.
Yeah.
The original stuff is the stuff, like I said, is like what we saw in Avatar.
It's
so
the
I want to
Avatar
try to do
stuff.
Avatar, yeah, because I want to get people the homework. If they're going to do homework, they need to see.
They need to go watch Avatar.
ELF waves, yeah, they need to watch ELF waves, right? They can watch the stuff I've just shown you now with Tataria, which is where it forms on magnetism. And then you've got 3 representations of the proper how the realm functions. You've got Avatar, it will function originally, which is how we originally function. Then when they start to get some of the hijack stuff in at 5D level, when we had to start using the electromagnetism, and now we're down to how we function now. When our last pulse strand of DA get knocked off by the Draco, and we're now functioning on total ELF waves. And the lowest version of it, which is the third seeding and trying to give the history and what's going on and make it relevant to what we're dealing with in terms of how we're dealing with now. You get me? So people can get because remember having to rush through this. We're only having to go.
Yeah.
No,
No,
so
you're
people
good.
can see, give it a rough idea.
You're good, brother. So we can we're gonna end there because that we didn't went over so much tonight, fam. So the homework is go back and watch Avatar, and when you see Avatar, what the Avatarians were fighting for was to keep their original realm. That was the natural organic energy of the planet. Okay, that was the natural organic energy. Now, of course, they ended Avatar all nice and rosy, where they kicked old boy and them off. But the reality is that it didn't happen like that. Earth was overthrown and it was terraformed, but the original terraforming sustained an environment of what that whole Tartarian stuff is talking about. So that's where they were using the electromagnetism and pulling the energy from the atmosphere, this, that, and the other. So that was a higher level of technology, but it was still lower than the Earth's natural organic energy. Okay? This is the distinction we want you to understand. So even with Tartarian, because I know there's a lot of people out there talking about Tartarian and the mud floods, and no disrespect to them, they're doing excellent work. But what we have to enter and understand, that was still terraforming.
Yes.
Okay? And so when they reset, they wiped that out. And then put us even on a lower form.
Yes, that's
what which is the EMF, and which is what we're on today.
Yes, the ELF and the EMF, extra low frequency waves, and the EMF, and that's what they've been doing now, and that's functions in terms of the lowest form of tech, and that's what keeps us in as root chakra, and that's what allows these beings to feed off what's called loosh. The Kurun, stuff like that. I wouldn't get into it at some point properly because obviously, like I said, we done killed the whole load of stuff this evening. But we want people to get I agree with sister. People need to get the hang of org, electromagnetism, electricity, and ELF, and then you've got the forms of how this realm functions. And the black sun functions on the black sun functions on the ELF stuff. That's what we want to get into is to be able to show you how they instituted the fraud, and now the electromagnetic coil is still sort of siphoning off the original energies from the souls here, which can still function at a natural organic level. And they keep harnessing all this off the original template, which is, I've shown images of it already, so there's no reasons for why you can't get it because we've already been explaining everything here. So although it's PhD level, you're not going to learn this anywhere else, particularly the challenges that we're giving you. At the same time, it's what's really going on. And
it's what's really going on.
It's what it gives you the opportunity to see what's happening now, because we're going back to crown, or corona, the crown, the natural organic energy due to what the Mashiach beings are doing, due to what's happening with the a proper natural consciousness shift within the realm that's going to mash off this black sun and all this nonsense that they're doing. That's what they don't want you to know about. That's why they want you scared of Rona. because they knew there was a natural cycle, this part of the cosmos is happening between 2017 and 2072. They knew there was a natural cycle that was going on. I've covered it to some degree already in the talks that I've been doing. I've been talking about it, hinting at it, been explaining it. So that's happening, and they know that's coming. That's why they wanted to get everybody involved in POC and traumatized programming.
Exactly.
Keep you all scared. That's why I tried to lower the vibrations, because they're trying to stop the natural cycle that's coming that they can't stop.
And this is an actual excellent question. Emma speaks on it, says, so are they trying to take us down to 2D with the metaverse?
I would say the roots, the 55 harmonic. I showed the hijack. I don't know if you've been on this whoever's just asked that question has been on previously. You need to go back through our series we've been covering it, because I've shown the hijack. But basically, when I showed the images earlier, the tech functions from when they put the hijack in place, functions on from about 1D up to around about, I think it's I've covered the hijack. It's about 1D to about, I think it's 12, I think.
Yeah, to 12.
And 1 to 12, where they've put in the different layers of the hijack, where the Templar, the Earth's Templar, the Draco and the Anunnaki, that's the Weezer Dex, the beings from Orion. I've covered that tonight. They put the hijack in place. They knocked the DNA strands off, and then they've plugged us into the 55 harmonic, and we're being ciphered. We're being ciphered by the 55 harmonic. So it's 1D up to around about 12, I think. 1D to about 12, and the function and the whole realm has been hijacked, and they're recycling the souls from 1D to about 12.
Right. So the answer to the question is no. They're not trying to take you down to 12D. I'm sorry, 12D. 2D with the metaverse, because the realm was already hijacked from 2D all the way up. Their technology, and when we say hijack, we're talking about their technology has hijacked it from the 2D vibrations / dimension all the way up to the 12. And you have to go past that to ascend. That's how folks are getting this knowledge that we're getting, because we're jumping past that. Okay, so the metaverse is just to put you into just what it says, a virtual reality, so you could totally not pay attention to your consciousness.
You're no longer in tune with nature.
Yeah, you're so far from nature, child. They really gonna have a field day with your energy.
I almost want to say that, like, my prediction of that 2D would be the Matrix, where we no longer project outside our own body, where it's all fed through us through
like a feeding tube. Yeah,
right. Tube, and it's artificial. Like,
very much so.
Our senses
artificial.
are all artificially
Exactly.
manipulated, where we're thinking we're having an experience, but it's all being manipulated so that we're being harvested for our soul energy. Like,
Exactly.
I think that's where they want us to go next. I think that's where
that's where they want you to go. Literally, just to be sitting in the room with this device attached to your head in this make-believe land. Let me bring it up, beloved. But that's an excellent question, Emma. I'm going to bring back up, Brother Odel's going to bring up the hijack. He's going to show you the visual.
Yeah,
and then we're going to wrap it up after this. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sister. Just so that the people have seen it. So this is our economic function on the sister female yard setting billions of years ago. Okay. And what they did was they put in the hijack. Sisters explained this. We've gone over this. Okay. The hijack is here, and the souls are being recycled through the 55 harmonic. This is the black sun. The black sun have instituted to Purges, and this is how they're harvesting the souls down here from 3D. You can see the recycle, and they've hijacked us in. So the metaverse is time. If anything, the metaverse will be just basically, because the Draco, the Anunnaki, the Weezer Dex, the beings from Orion, they're all functioning of stealing the beings, the soul's energies from down here. All the metaverse will do they'll just be tying the metaverse into this.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be just tying it into the black sun and trying to reinstitute the clock during this advent of a quest. His sister keeps talking about this, so I keep talking about it. They're going to try and reinstitute the clock, the wheel,
Exactly.
The natural world are going to shut o'clock and put in another version of it. This is the global currency reset, the reset they talk about right now. When they reset all the currencies, the reset all this nonsense, the metaverse will be tied back into this clock, and it will function back into this harmonic again. They'll reset it again, and then they'll reset it back so that you function on the black sun again. So that's basically what the metaverse is trying to do, is to set it back into here. So when we get another contract in place through this realm stuff to try to bring this global currency reset, they're going to reset it into the metaverse, will be reset back into this, and they'll just run the clock for another 25,000 year cycle, and the souls will be harvested off. And again, your root chakra, you can see here, this is what the function tried to get to function down here, so they can feed off.
Exactly.
You can see the hijack here. You can see the hijack. You can to try to put the hijack in. They're going to try and feed off it. This is where the hijack is here. They're trying to put this hijack and this, and the higher consciousness is coming from down here for the great Messianic beings, and the other beings are putting in the higher energies. It's coming down here and it's knocking off. It's knocking off this hijack. That's what's going on right now. The hijack's being knocked off. That's why we're having these discussions. It's been knocked off. And that's what they don't want you to do. This is why they want you to get scared of corona, the high consciousness that's coming in. This is why they keep calling the pork corona crown or high consciousness crown. So we'll stop there. But that's just
okay. So I'm just gonna explain this again.
Yes, sister.
So because that was it Emmy? I'm sorry, baby. I don't mean to. I'm trying to go back up. All right, beloved, you know who you are. I was trying to go back up to find the name. You asked an excellent question. So just to explain this visual once again, because you said you were new. So thank you, Brother Odel, for being patient and bringing this back up. So you asked, were they trying to knock you back down to 2D? So you see this picture. And you see these step ladders. I'm looking at the silver/gray step ladders. That's our realm with the dimensions / the vibrations. Okay, that's the natural realm. Then you see the portal gate. And then you get to the Ekka. And then you go to the Ekka and the count starts back up. So that's what he's showing you are the lower density level. So the lower part is the 1 through 14. That's the lower density level. This is still natural in the realm. Once you get past the Ekka portal gate, once you get to the higher, when it starts back up the count, you're in the higher ascension realm using your astral spiritual body. Yes. So what he's saying is this red gate to the little side here, and it has 12 steps to it. That's what they use to hijack the realm. So during the Avatar situation, this is what they used, and this is equivalent to the terraforming. Coming in, cutting down the natural trees, and putting the dome on top, and putting the astrological clock. So look at this gate as just another depiction of the astrological clock, which has the 12 zodiacs, which dictates the time. And you can see every step of the way with this hijacked clock or gate, how they're recycling souls, i.e. energy.
Yes, sister.
Okay, so that's what he's explaining. So all AI is basically, it's just the same shit over again. Somebody put it in the chat. They ain't doing nothing but using the same old tricks on you. Yes, acting like they're giving you something new, but they ain't giving you a damn thing but another 26,000 year cycle of fuckery.
Yes, sister.
So I hope that helps. So we gonna end it on there for sure, because I know we didn't gave way too much information. Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family?
I think the feminine energy has just spoken. I'm quite happy with what was being said, because we know what going on. We know what's happening. You get me? We're on point here. But that said, people do the homework. Do the homework. Watch Avatar, like the sister said. We've covered everything here. The imagery we've shown you, so you've got everything you need, to be honest with you. And I'll be back next week to cover the stuff we're supposed to be doing. But we have to work with what's happening. We have to work with what's happening in real
work
time.
with the energy. Yep. We work with the energy. That is correct. All right, Brother Odel. I know you starting your day. Thank you, brother. You have a wonderful day. And we'll definitely touch base with you next week.
Yeah. I'll be make sure I'm back to have more fun with you. It's getting it's fascinating time to be here. Like I said, I'm more optimistic like yourself, sister, because we're seeing what's happening. We're having a consciousness that makes us aware of what's going on. And we, I'm not like I say, I'm not living in fear. Exactly. I don't live in fear. You get me? That's what they want, and we don't. We don't give them what they want.
I'm over that. Exactly. We know what it is. So thank you very much. Nephew knew why he keep getting kicked off. I let him back on about 4-5 times. He keeps getting kicked off. He said his last words are, "I love your reflection. Thank you all, fam, for giving to this moment." Thank you, Nephew Nuwa. You've been bringing that fire, that science. We truly, truly appreciate it. Literally puts everything into perspective. And it's furthermore breaking down everything that we've been saying from that scientific standpoint. So thank you very much. I love you, and I'm very, very proud of you. Very, very good. So somebody says, Sheba says, so the Zodiac is false. Yes, it's the hijack.
Yes. Hijack.
That's the hijack. That's the gate, beloved, that he showed, the red gate to the little side. That's the hijack.
Yep.
Yep.
They messed us up.
I'm so proud of you. That's huge for you to get that. Yeah. That's the hijack, beloved.
Yeah, I'm so glad that the people are getting it, because then you don't get trapped on the wheel when they start bringing all this nonsense in. And it's not 12, it's really 13. But it wasn't originally 13 before. It was actually 10. It was all even.
Right.
But we're going to cover that at some point when we finally get to it, sister, and the 2 Tales of the Zodiac, and we finally get there, because I do cover it. Mm-hmm. We will finally get to that.
I know we're going to get to it. We'll get to it.
We'll get to it eventually. We will eventually.
Yeah, we're going to get to it. Indeed. So. Sis Sandra, okay, Sis Kale is on it. Sis Sandra, did you have any last words for the family? I'm gonna okay, there you go. Okay, I didn't want you to think that I muted you up. You got any last words for the family?
No. I have so many sixes around across the board here, about 20 of them. It was great. It was absolutely very informative. Thanks to Brother Nuwa and, of course, Brother Odel. I mean, I didn't have a Novocaine brain this day, and I was...
No, you did good, because, I'm like, what the heck is wrong with... I'm like, where my belt at? That was funny as hell. I enjoyed that last week. And then after all that, you was like, oh, yeah, I am on medication. I'm like, where the dog at? Because the dog could have told you, ruff. Yeah. He could have called it that answer for you, but that was funny as hell. So I'm glad you're feeling better, sis.
They injected me with so much painkiller, my brain went dead.
That was so funny. It was all good. We had that's a classic episode anyway, overall. But that was funny. It was real funny, because we got to bring some old school humor into it. Y'all know we silly as hell, so that was real funny. So,
hey, my dog ain't my homework girlfriend.
Hey, I understand, because he sure be in the cut. I'm like, where the dog at? Oh, he outside. I'm like, oh, that's why you off, because the dog would have been in the background putting something on it, giving you the answer, this, that, and the third. So, okay, sis. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being back.
I'm strong. Yeah, I mean, I just want our people to understand. You can't pay attention to these people because they're trying to get you in a state of fear.
Yeah.
And if you know what they're doing, you win. You win.
You're going to win by default.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to win.
Your vibration puts you in that position. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, and just keep it up. You keep your vibration and don't waver, because that's what they want, because they're so low. They will, misery loves company. You know what they say? So we don't want to be their company.
No.
We don't want to be their company. But I enjoyed the show. I'm so sorry. I cannot see the chat. because
Yeah,
from what
that's
you were
okay,
saying, there was some
sis.
great
Yeah,
stuff
they've
in the
been
chat.
throwing it in there. I've been trying as best I can to get to it. We had some buttholes in here that felt they was running something. And, that's okay, because
I
the
heard the
chat
yelling.
spanked their ass though. I got my peeps on it. They got their asses up out of here. So
well, hopefully next week I'll have a computer.
Okay.
They have mine, check it out, so maybe I'll get it.
Okay.
Get one if that one doesn't work. And I can see the chats and stuff after I load it up with my stuff. But peace and love to everybody.
Okay.
Thanks for those who came. And I love the knowledge.
Okay, peace and love, sis. And thank you so much.
Vibrations higher.
Yes, thank you so much, sis, for joining.
Yeah.
Just the last question out of the chat. Wally, book recommendations. To be honest, beloved, we at the point now, it ain't a book that I can recommend to you. It's really not. I can recommend Vibes of Cosmo channel, going over the Black Sun stuff we went over tonight. It goes into this information. I can recommend you go back and watch Avatar. It will also explain what the original organic realm was about. I can also recommend, if you have Showtime, to watch the new series, The Man Who Fell to Earth. Yeah. And all he's trying to do is recreate or rebuild a black sun. So at this point, beloved, I don't have a book because this stuff didn't come out no book. What we're giving to you tonight did not come out of a book. Vibes of Cosmo didn't get his stuff out of a book. What Brother Odel just dropped for you, he didn't get that out of a book. What Nephew Nuwa dropped for you, he didn't get that out of a book. What you say, nothing biblical, Shebi. Well, child, I ain't finna recommend that no way. So, with that said, fam, thank you all so much. It is really, really appreciated. Thank you to my mods in the house for keeping the family comfortable in the chat. Thank you, Nephew Nuwa. You did an excellent job. And then thank you, Brother Odel, of course, for your knowledge. We truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you, Sis Sandra, as well, for you being on the panel, providing that additional feminine energy. And thank you to Deep H2O. You'll just have to come back next week, brother, because I needed to give Nephew Nuwa that respect to get the rest of what he needed to get out in there. So you can come back next week to chop it up. Class will be in session, fam, next week. Okay? So go watch Avatar. Go watch The Man Who Fell to Earth. If you don't have Showtime, the first episode is on YouTube for free. So you can at a minimum watch that. Take the video. This is a long video. You're going to have to replay it back again. And it might take you all week to get through it. If you're just getting caught up, you need to go back to the beginning of this series to go back through the information Brother Odel is dropping. Okay? To start getting you caught up on the things that we are discussing. We know it's a lot, fam, but you all can handle it, or you wouldn't be spending no 5 hours and some change with us. We know you can handle it. So go ahead on and keep doing what you're doing and bring it over the line. You're built for this. That's why you're here. You could be doing a lot of other things and be using your precious energy on a lot of other things. You chose this. So you can definitely handle this information. So we're proud of you, fam. Thank you all for the support. We will be back next week. Oh, and check out Vibes of Cosmo channel again. All right. I think I said that before, but just as a reminder for supplemental material that you can be using. So thank you all very much, family. Thank you to my YouTube chat family, and thank you to the YouTube family watching. We will be back next week, fam. So we appreciate you and love you all very much. Love you, nephew Nuwa. Love you, brother Odell. Love you, son Scotty. I know you had to drop off. I don't know what happened. Love you, sis Sandra. So I'm gonna rock out with the closing, fam. So peace and love, fam. Why, that's the wrong one now, y'all. Child, this what happened when I get too tired.